Order. We will now begin the daily routine. We'll begin with presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. As Speaker of the House of Assembly and pursuant to Section 163 of the Elections Act, I'm pleased to table the annual report of the Chief Electoral Officer of 2022-2023. The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In your gallery, we have some representatives from Mount St. Vincent University. Mount St. Vincent is celebrating their 150th anniversary this year, and I know that a number of members of this House are alumni of the Mount, including myself, so I'll ask that you all join in welcoming these guests. So joining us today are Dr. Joelle Dickinson, President and Vice Chancellor of Mount St. Vincent University, Kelly Gallant, Associate Vice President, University Relations, and Sister Sheila Martin, member of the Mount St. Vincent Board of Governors, appointed by the Congregation of Sisters of Charity. So I ask the House to give them a warm welcome, and with that, I shall move to the notice of motion.
We welcome you here today. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Mount St. Vincent University is celebrating their 150th anniversary, and whereas Mount St. Vincent has a proud history of strong continued record for innovation in education and research and proud supporters of their community. And whereas many members in this chamber have benefited from an education at Mount St. Vincent University and from being a part of the Mount community. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature join in congratulating Mount St. Vincent on their 150th anniversary and look forward to their continued story and benefit to our province. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Are there any further government notices of motion? Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, respecting speed limits in high population density areas. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, respecting speed limits in high population density areas.
Bill 400, an act to amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act, respecting speed limits in high population density areas.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
In your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, I'm honoured to introduce Scott Beaver of the St. Mary's Rivers Association. Scott is joined here today by his parents, Rennie and Carol. I ask Scott, Rennie, and Carol to rise to accept the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Pleasure to have you. I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the St. Mary's River Association in Sherbrooke. The St. Mary's River Association promotes the conservation and betterment of the St. Mary's River through habit restoration, land protection and stewardship, and continued monitoring and participating in management of the fisheries of the river. For many years, under the leadership of their chair, Scott Beaver, they campaigned the province to protect the Archibald Lake area, its animal and rare species habitat, and its direct connection to the St. Mary's River. On August 28th, with the St. Mary's River behind us, I announced on behalf of my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the protection of the Archibald Lake Wilderness Area. It was a proud day for Scott and his family, including his daughter Sadie, who did a fantastic job as the MC for the event, as well as residents and members of the association. Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Scott and all members of the St. Mary's River Association for their dedication to the betterment and conservation of the St. Mary's River and everything that surrounds it. Their hard work will preserve this beautiful river for many generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I'd like the House to join me in recognizing some individuals in the West Gallery. Nikunj Kakadia, Director and Founder of the Indian Festival Club of Nova Scotia. We also have Nirav Mistry, Director and President. Dolly Mapiri, Communication Director. Pratik Patel, the Treasurer. Nikunj Patel, Secretary. Jay Patel, the Media Coordinator. And Amit Kakadia, the Public Relations Officer. If those individuals could stand and please be recognized by the Chamber, that would be greatly appreciated.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Last month, I had the opportunity to visit a beautiful celebration at the Diwali Carnival in Halifax. Diwali is a festival of lights celebrated by millions of Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists. India's most awaited festival is a celebration of good over evil and knowledge over ignorance. From delicious food to exciting performances, India's culture was on full display at the Diwali Carnival all weekend long. Events like this help all Nova Scotians learn more about the culture of the many people who live here in our province. I'm so grateful that I got to attend the carnival with my family. My daughters particularly enjoyed the colorful rangoli that was created for the event, which is said to be the largest on the East Coast. Thank you all to the organizers, specifically to Nikunj Kakadia, Director and Founder, Nirav Mistry, Director and President, Dolly Mapuri, Communications Director, Pratik Patel, the Treasurer, Nikunj Patel, Secretary, Jay Patel, the Media Coordinator, and Amit Kakadia, the Public Relations Officer, who comprise the board of the Indian Festival Club of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I'd like the House to join me in congratulating them for their incredible work, and thank you to Vishal and Shelley Bardwaj for joining us as well. Happy Diwali.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I hope you enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the opening of a beautiful new community space in Dartmouth this past summer. The Kiwanis Grahams Grove community buildings are the shared home of the Dartmouth Kiwanis Club and the Dartmouth Dragon Boat Association. Both provide a gorgeous new gathering place for the community as a whole. In collaboration with Halifax, the space integrates environmentally conscious planning and Rick Hansen Foundation accessibility certification. The land, originally a seasonal settlement for the Mi'kmaq people, was blessed prior to construction, and the building's design echoes that of traditional carved longboats. I'm thrilled to have this gorgeous, progressive space available to our community, and I hope it will inspire more thoughtful and inclusive planning throughout the province.
Before we continue on, there is a request to revert back to That's okay. We will continue on. I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, every year on November 11th, Remembrance Day, we take the time to honor those Nova Scotians who have made the ultimate sacrifice and laid down their lives in the name of freedom. At the same time, we honor those who left their homes and families to serve and came back forever changed. Nova Scotians have a proud and honorable tradition of selfless service and for honoring those who have served. I wish to extend a personal acknowledgement and to thank the volunteers, veterans, members, and their families of both the Uniacke and District Branch number 165 Royal Canadian Legion and the RCL Calais Branch number 162 Lower Sackville, as well as the many other Royal Canadian Legions across the province. On behalf of all Nova Scotians, we're grateful to those who have sacrificed so much. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction prior to my member statement.
Please do.
Thank you. In the West Gallery today, I am honored. I'd like to have them stand and be acknowledged. We have Canon Baisley and his mom, Shelley, and Dad, Dan Baisley. Welcome. I'd like the House of Assembly to acknowledge their presence here today.
Welcome to the House. The honourable member for for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Thank you. I'm honored to stand and recognize young Canon Baisley and his Halloween House of Doom fundraiser. In 2021, Canon required surgery to remove his kidney and a tumor. He was diagnosed with stage 1 Wilms tumor, and he entered his second surgery within 13 days. The next day, he began a 24-week chemotherapy regime. As a way of thanking the IWK's Children's Hospital for their support, care, and understanding, Canon turned his love for all things Halloween and spooky into a fundraiser for the hospital. And for the third year in a row, Canon and his family have hosted the amazing annual #EnterIfYouDare House of Doom on Lindenwood. For 3 incredible nights, Canon and the House of Doom Scare Crew bring the haunt to life, delivering terror to all those who dare to enter. To date, Canon's House of Doom has raised almost $45,000 for the IWK Hospital. I want to ask the members of the House of Assembly in joining me in recognizing the determination and courage of Canon Baisley and his family, and to thank him for making dreams come true and a few Halloween nightmares. Thank you, everyone.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour on an introduction.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like the host to stand and recognize 2 people I have here today. As I call their names, I would ask you to please rise. Dr. Carly Kehoe, Professor of Canadian Research, Chair in Atlantic Canadian Communities, and Chair of the Goresbrook Research Institute for Atlantic Canada Studies, and Alex Marlin, Jaroslawski Chair in Trust and Political Leadership, Department of Politics, Acadia. I ask the host to give them a warm welcome and thank you for coming.
Welcome and thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the United African Canadian Women's Association. On October 28th, the UACWA held a women's conference at Akerley campus with the theme of the conference, Empower Her, Heart Health Embracing Ourselves as Women and Our Resourcefulness as Women. The conference featured these notable speakers: Sharon Davis-Murdoch, Miss Ann Devine, Dr. Agnes Chinolo, Diane Govindasamy. All of these conversations, and as well, Mrs. Bernadette Hamilton-Reed. All of the conversations that we had were with the focus on women's health and how we can take care of ourselves, embracing our sisterhood. Lots of connections were made and friendships and bonds were created as we celebrated over food our womanhood and learned more about how taking care of ourselves and how we should take care of our own health. So I'd like all members of this House to help me congratulate the United African Canadian Women's Association for such a successful conference and the incredible work that they've done. I look forward to more presentations in the future.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate local Canadian artist Holly Carr, who will be presenting her work Light in the Forest at the Museum of Natural History in Halifax. Light in the Forest was created by Holly as a mental wellness project to spread a message of hope and resilience. The project has taken many forms on its journey, from painted silk project at the Acadia Art Gallery to a multimedia project production with art, dance, music, and spoken word. It was the winner of the Moonbeam Award, and the Light in the Forest was named top children's book in Canadian Children's Book Society for 2021. Please join me today in recognizing and congratulating Holly Carr for her artistic interpretation and contribution to furthering the awareness of mental health in society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you very much. I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the West Gallery, where we're joined by a very accomplished family. We have Dr. Martin Fleckenstein, who's one of our valued family physicians, his wife, Shelley Fleckenstein, who I've recognized in this House before, who is the founder of King's Physiotherapy, now a director at and owner at CBI. And they, of course, are proud parents of Ben, who is also here and is the subject of my member's statement. So I ask them to please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings South.
Madam Speaker, today I want to recognize a remarkable young man from Wolfville. 21-year-old Benjamin Ross Fleckenstein has recently achieved a lifelong dream of working in law enforcement. Following his graduation from Acadia University, Ben enrolled in the Atlantic Police Academy and earlier this year graduated with a grade of 4.2. I'm very pleased to acknowledge that Ben is now serving as a police constable with the Kentville Police Department. Ben's journey through King's Edgehill School in Windsor was marked by his unwavering commitment to academic excellence, sportsmanship, and community service as a volunteer. In 2017, Ben was the recipient of the Duke of Edinburgh Bronze Award, which recognizes the contributions of students outside their formal education and empowers them to develop their leadership skills within their community. Madam Speaker, we need young leaders to join our police forces. So I'd ask the House to please join me in thanking Ben and wishing him much success as he embarks on his career in law enforcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Nice to have you here. Enjoy your visit. And congratulations. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I beg leave to make an introduction? Go ahead. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to introduce everyone today to an incredible young man from our area of the province, Amherst, Nova Scotia, Mr. Braden Lyons. Braden, I'll ask you to stand. Braden is a native of Amherst. He's a student at St. FX University studying business administration as well as management and leadership program. Braden is a former member of the Amherst Anson Royal Canadian Air Cadets, and fortunately for me, is a very strong supporter and loves democracy and the topic of politics, and I'm so proud to have him as part of our team. So thank you, Braden, for coming today.
Welcome to the House. Enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Braden Lyons' father, Larry Lyons, a devoted volunteer with the Amherst Little League. For over 30 years, Larry served in executive positions, helped with fundraising, and more importantly, coached countless young people in the art of baseball, resulting in too many pennants and league championships to count. This past summer, the league recognized Larry Lyons' dedication and commitment to the youth of Amherst by naming the newly constructed T-ball park in his honor. Larry worked for many years with the Amherst Public Works Department and juggled that work with hours upon hours each summer at Little League Park. While he is still a fairly young man, unfortunately, Larry is now experiencing dementia and resides in a local care home. I am certain every former baseball player who was coached and encouraged by Larry wishes him the best and thanks him for his unwavering dedication to the game he loved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Ulutsiak, or good afternoon. I rise today to mark International Inuit Day. November 7th commemorates the founding of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary. It was founded to promote and celebrate the unity of Inuit from the U.S., Inuit Nunavut, or the 4 Inuit regions of Canada, Greenland, and Chukotka, the Inuit region of Russia. The Council works to promote Inuit rights, safeguard the Arctic environment, and protect and promote the Inuit way of life. At their 2023 meeting, they released a statement whose preamble reads, "The Arctic is our homeland. Our traditional territories cover the entire Arctic region. Over thousands of years, we have nurtured reciprocal, symbiotic, and respectful relationships between our people and the Arctic environment. Our cultural identities, our language, our values, and our spirituality are all tied to our environment, of which we are an intimate part." Across Canada, celebrations are held on November 7th to share Inuit culture, language, and food. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to say nakamik, or thank you, to Inuit people, organizations, and communities who protect and promote their important culture and heritage.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, the newly formed Professional Women's Hockey League is named Glasgow's Corey Chevrier as the first head coach of their Montreal team. Corey was the first female to be full-time assistant coach with a men's university sport team when she joined the Ryerson Rams bench. She was also the first female to be on the coaching staff of a Canadian men's national team at the 2022 Under-18 tournament. As well, Corey has been an assistant with the Canadian women's team since 2020, head coach of the Nova Scotia girls team, and on the bench with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Corey joined Spryfield's Troy Ryan as one of the first 6 coaches named in the Professional Women's Hockey League. Pictou County sport fans are wishing Corey Chevrier great success as head coach in this new league. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on the occasion of the celebration of the Sisters of Charity Halifax 175th anniversary upcoming in the next year. The Sisters of Charity Halifax is a congregation of Catholic women based in Halifax, founded on May 11, 1849, when 4 sisters arrived in Halifax from New York to respond to the bishop's request for teachers. The sisters opened the first school at St. Mary's Convent and soon expanded into ministering to orphans, unwed mothers, the elderly, sick, and those desolate and underrepresented. Quickly, the congregation's mission to give joyful witness to love, the love of God, of one another, and of all persons would profoundly shape the history of Nova Scotia, with several notable events, including nursing cholera patients, quarantine on McNabb's Island in 1866, opening Mount St. Vincent Mother House and Academy for Girls in 1873, and Mount St. Vincent College, now known as Mount St. Vincent University, as well as founding the Halifax Infirmary in 1886. True to the words of their foundress, St. Elizabeth Ann Seton, there is no road. The road is made by walking. The Sisters' ministries expanded in Canada, the U.S., Bermuda, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. The Sisters' leadership on several social justice initiatives with a focus on women, children, and those underrepresented have included anti-human trafficking, fostering racial justice, and responding to the cries of the poor in the climate crisis. The Sisters' last remaining convent in Canada is the Star of the Sea Convent, located in Terrence Bay, and operates as the Seton Spirituality Centre. I ask the host of assembly to join me in congratulating the sisters on 175 years of joyful witness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, Liliana Corman is a dancer, choreographer, actor, singer, teacher, curator, and all-round awesome person who lives in Jabukduk. For several years, she's been the artistic director of Kinetic and created and performed with such groups as the Arrivals Legacy Project, International Association of Blacks in Dance, Mayworks, Zupa, Votive Dance, and many more. She's a wonder to watch on stage. Her performances are rooted in great physical strength and tempered with softness and fun. Liliana is interested in the relationship between art and social justice, on the body's ability to carry ancestral memory, and on the role of performing arts that the performing arts can play in creating change. Liliana has just begun her first season as artistic director of Live Art Dance, Atlantic Canada's premier dance presenting organization, which is excellent news for both Nova Scotia audiences and for performers from here and away. With Liliana at the helm of this important organization, I am sure Live Art will thrive and expand. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Liliana Corman as she embarks on this new role, and to thank her for her contributions to our art in our province. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on November 3rd, the Creative Nova Scotia Awards were presented to 10 artists, recognizing their excellence in artistic achievement. One of those recipients was Nancy Oakley, a visual and craft artist from Eskazoni First Nation. Nancy received the $5,000 Indigenous Artist Recognition Award. This award recognizes Indigenous artists who have emerged from their initial training and development and are active in the Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq arts community. I ask all members of the House of Assembly to please join me in passing on congratulations to Nancy and in wishing her further success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to my feet to recognize a family member who served in World War II, and many folks in the legislature here and across communities of our province are going to be taking the time to remember family members who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our democracy. So I rise my place to recognize my grandfather, Abel Seaman Charlie Novak. He served on the HMCS Montreal throughout World War II. And as I said, him and other members of the Novak and McIntyre families also served in the war. So I rise my place to recognize my family and the families of others across this province who, as I've said, paid the ultimate sacrifice so we can be here in the legislature today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to bring recognition to Autism Nova Scotia Cape Breton Region Chapter. On June 3rd, we were privileged to join the community at the Member 2 Sports and Wellness Complex for Walk Your Way for Autism. Close to 200 community members walked together, raising money to help the Cape Breton chapter continue their fantastic work, providing support, education, advocacy, and building on programs and services. Thank you to all the sponsors and volunteers for a great day of games, activities, surprise guests, including Mayflower Molly, and Elsa and Anna from Frozen. Thank you again to Autism Cape Breton for being there to support, educate, and advocate. Thank you.
There has been a request to revert back to introduction of bills with unanimous consent. Is there unanimous consent? I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Early Learning and Childhood Act, Child Care Act.
Thank you. The honourable member for Timberley Prospect begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes of 1989, the Early Learning and Child Care Act.
Bill 401, an act to amend Chapter 120 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Early Learning and Child Care Act.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Transcendental Group on opening the first fully accessible dental clinic for persons with physical disabilities in Nova Scotia. This is a wonderful milestone for those who may be challenged by a traditional dental office setting. Of particular note is a ceiling lift in the operatory to lift physically challenged patients to the dental chair. Madam Speaker, I'm always happy to see the progress that Dartmouth is making to become accessible for all its residents, and this particular milestone deserves praise. The commitment that the Transcendental Group has made to the health and wellness of folks is very deserving and is of great significance, and this is of great significance to the wider community. So, Madam Speaker, I ask colleagues to join me in congratulating Transcendental and Dr. Simar Hundal and the whole team at Transcendental for this awesome achievement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the remarkable achievements of Jane Garnier, a deserving recipient of the 2023 Youth Volunteer Award given out by HRM. The annual Volunteer Awards event highlights residents who have made a profound difference through their selfless contributions of time and skills to various programs and services. Jane is an outstanding example of the positive impact one can make by giving back to the community. Jane wholeheartedly invests 100% of herself into everything she does. Her boundless energy and enthusiasm were a source of delight for camp participants at Chocolate Lake Recreation Center. Jane's genuine and caring nature is evident as she takes the time to connect with program participants, making their camp experiences fun, exciting, and truly memorable. Jane also generously gives of her support and her time to support community cleanup efforts and volunteers at a local soup kitchen. Her selfless contributions have undoubtedly enriched the lives of many within our community. Madam Speaker, I invite all members to join me in applauding Jane's exceptional efforts and the positive impact she has made in our community. Thank you, Jane, for all your outstanding contributions to our community.
For Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the end of an era in Dartmouth South. This week, Bill McCormick closed Antoine's Hairstylist after 63 years in business on Portland Street. For so many Dartmouthians, Antoine's has been a fixture on the block, along with Moffat's, and many can't remember a time when this humble salon didn't exist. Bill hung up his scissors in 2022 at the age of 80 to care for his wife, Lillian, who sadly lost her battle with cancer this past September. They raised their 2 children, Carla and Billy, in their home above the shop during their over 50-year marriage. Community members are recalling many years of good conversations, wedding hairstyles, and excellent service at Antoine's. The landscape of downtown Dartmouth is certainly changing, but we are lucky to have a long history of strong community members to inspire us. Please join me in thanking Bill for his years of service to Dartmouth and wishing him a well-deserved retirement.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to recognize local businessman Archie Pye for his ongoing generosity to our community. Mr. Pye is the owner of Dartmouth Plumbing and Heating in Eastern Passage. He recently donated a significant amount of money to the Dartmouth General Hospital Foundation for funding towards our first MRI machine. Archie and his family also generously gave a $1,000 donation to the Eastern Passage Music for Mental Health fundraiser. This donation specifically ensured that the MLA for Eastern Passage had to jump off the wharf at Fisherman's Cove the next day. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking Archie Pye for his generosity and commitment to his community. Your generosity does not go unnoticed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I'd just like to recognize and thank everybody involved with Bedford Minor Basketball Association, the volunteers, the parents, and of course the players. Bedford Minor has been one of the largest youth basketball organizations in the province for a long, long time. It was a big part of my life growing up as a kid, and so after a long hiatus, I'm back in the gym, helping to coach my son with the Little Eagles, the 6- and 7-year-olds. So every Sunday night, chase around 25, 6-year-old boys and get my workout in. But it's a lot of fun. It's an amazing sport, and it's great to be back with it. And I just want to thank everybody involved with Bedford Minor Basketball for helping hundreds and hundreds of kids in Bedford enjoy the great game of basketball. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize our HRM Regional Council. Regional Council is comprised of Mayor Mike Savage and 16 councillors. Together, they represent the main legislative and governing body for Halifax Regional Municipality and its 16 districts. Councillors sit on boards, committees, and commissions, and community councils in the district where they've been elected. I'd like to thank District 1 Councillor Kathy Deagle-Gammon, District 2 Councillor David Hensby, District 3 Councillor Becky Kent, District 4 Councillor Trish Purdy, District 5 Deputy Mayor Sam Austin, District 6 Councillor Tony Mancini, District 7 Councillor Wayne Masons, District 8 Councillor Lindell Smith, District 9 Councillor Sean Cleary, District 10 Councillor Catherine Morris, District 10 Councillor Patty Cuddle, District 12 Councillor Iona Stoddard, District 13 Councillor Pamela Lovelace, District 14 Councillor Lisa Blackburn, District 15 Councillor Paul Russell, District 16 Councillor Tim Outhead, and of course our Mayor Mike Savage. Thank you all for the work that you do in keeping HRM on track.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley, Fall River, Beaver Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you have ever driven down Highway 2 in Fall River, you would have noticed the beautiful flower pots that line the road. These are all thanks to local businessman and philanthropist Jason Crowell, whose commitment to Fall River is tireless. His volunteer work continues with the annual installation of our community Christmas tree and many other local events. He is also a former president of the Fall River Business Association, which helps promote, support, and be a voice for businesses in the Fall River and surrounding areas. Jason embodies all that is Nova Scotia loyal. Madam Speaker, please join me in thanking Jason for his hard work, dedication, and passion for our community and all its businesses and residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate two amazing organizations in Clayton Park West. The winners of 2023 HRM Community Votes Award were announced this week. Birdland Rec received gold and Birdland Community Garden received silver. Madam Speaker, Birdland Rec was created by the Rockingham Recreation Society led by Alicia McIntyre. The society plans family-friendly and youth events like pumpkin carving contests and youth campfire evenings and their amazing outdoor skating rink. Birdland Community Garden consists of volunteers and amazing gardeners. It was created as a place to meet new neighbors and serve the community with delicious vegetables. They also have many events throughout the year, including plant sales in the summer. I want to thank these two incredible community organizations for making the Rockingham neighborhood an inclusive and friendly place to live. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to join me in congratulating them on their well-deserved awards. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise in my place today to recognize that tomorrow, November 8th, is the Canadian Federation of Students' Day of Action. The Federation works across the country to advocate for students' most important needs, and the Nova Scotia chapter will be out in full force tomorrow to do the same. As I've mentioned before, Nova Scotian students pay the highest tuition in Canada while we continue to go through cost of living and housing crises. Fees for international students are uncapped, and those coming from abroad to take advantage of our post-secondary sector options are faced with impossible decisions on how to make ends meet. Students of all backgrounds are taking on more and more debt just to continue their education. All of these issues and more will be hot topics at the Day of Action tomorrow. Madam Speaker, I ask that the House join me in sending our support and solidarity to the Canadian Federation of Students Nova Scotia chapter ahead of their Day of Action and resolve to work together on new solutions that will benefit our province's students.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Madam Speaker, as we approach Remembrance Day, I rise to remember and thank veterans, those who served in past conflicts and those who have given their lives to defend our country during times of war and conflict. I also want to thank current Canadian Armed Forces members, RCMP members, peacekeepers and reservists for their service. I also acknowledge the generations of military families who have accompanied their loved ones through military life and have made their own sacrifice for Canadians. My grandfathers were World War II veterans, and Remembrance Day has always been a day of reverence in our family. After the war, they carried many visible and invisible scars. I rise to remember my grandfathers, Private Frank McDonald, Trooper Gordon McRae, and Private Donald John McDonald. I rise to thank my cousin, retired reservist Corporal Mitchell Wong, who served in Afghanistan in 2010, and to thank my son, Captain Matthew Thompson, serving as an infantry officer in 1 RCR of the Canadian Armed Forces, who is currently deployed to Latvia. These wonderful men have served their country well, and I am grateful for and proud of each of them, lest we forget.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On October 19th at Music New Brunswick's Prix MNB award ceremony, Sylvie Boulian's song Des Fois c'est moi was honoured as the Song of the Year, La Chanson de l'année. Sylvie, who comes from a musical family in Metegan Centre, followed in her parents' footsteps, pursuing a music program at the University of Moncton. After graduating from the University of Moncton, Sylvie completed a graphic design course and now works in that field. She has also ventured into songwriting and, with the encouragement of her family and friends, recorded her first EP titled with the same name, Des Fois c'est moi. Since its release in April, the EP has garnered significant attention, culminating in Sylvie receiving the prestigious Prix MNB award this fall. I kindly request that all members join me in extending our heartfelt congratulations to Sylvie Boulian for this well-deserved recognition.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Volunteer firefighters every day face challenging circumstances in service to the community. One would think answering emergency calls would be enough hard work for these volunteers, but they continuously go the extra mile or 10. Whether it is coming together to raise $3,400 for muscular dystrophy, as Scotchtown, New Victoria, and New Waterford did on a single day, passing out treats to trick-or-treaters like the South Bar Fire Department, or treats and fireworks display hosted by the Reserve Mines Fire Department, or the Grand Lake Road Fire Department, which opened its doors to COVID-19 testing center and respiratory clinic. Thank you to all the volunteers who serve their community every day. It is much appreciated.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to applaud the Knights of Columbus Council 7077 of Lower Sackville. Each year, members of the Council host their annual regional Special Olympics Games, which take place on the Metropolitan Field in Lower Sackville. Special Olympics Nova Scotia provides training and they provide competition opportunities while enriching the lives of Nova Scotians of all ages with intellectual disabilities through sport. This year marked the 31st year of the regional games, which brought athletes from across the Halifax Regional Municipality to our beautiful community of Lower Sackville on June 10th, 2023. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in applauding the Knights of Columbus, Council 7077, for their continued commitment in providing these athletes with opportunities to showcase their capabilities, talents, and skills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A constituent I'm happy to recognize today for her exceptional work is Sharon Elliott. Sharon is the first and longest-serving senior safety coordinator in the province. Through her work running the Annapolis County Senior Safety Program, Sharon has improved the lives of countless older adults by helping them obtain housing, leave abusive situations, avoid scams, access government programs, and much more. And I was also given the honor of presenting her the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Medal earlier this year, and she's very deserving of that award. Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Sharon Elliott on receiving the Nova Scotia Platinum Jubilee Medal and in thanking her for her years of service to the community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the village of Pugwash on the recent official opening of the $2 million plus Pugwash Library. The residents of Pugwash have been hoping to have a new library constructed for a number of years. The library was housed in the old train station, which wasn't entirely suitable for a library with accessibility and safety issues. Located right by the bridge overlooking the Inner Harbor, the new facility welcomes young and old to check out the collection of books and much more, and is open every day but Sunday. Thank you to the commitment from the Municipality of Cumberland and a very successful fundraising campaign led by Denise Leahy and Elizabeth Clark, which they raised over $500,000 locally. Construction began last summer, and the official opening was held July the 29th as part of this area's Harborfest weekend. I had the honor of attending the event, and it was very obvious how excited the community is to have this new gathering place. Please join me, Madam Speaker, in congratulating the Cumberland Public Libraries and the citizens of Pugwash on the addition of this new Centre of Fun and Learning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 106 years ago, after the Halifax explosion devastated the city of Halifax, our province continues to thank the city of Boston for their assistance in sending them a Christmas tree. This year, the residents of Stewiacke are honored that the tree chosen to be displayed in Boston will be coming from our community. Betty Gorley is donating the 45-foot white spruce that has been growing in the family's front yard for 40 years. The Gorley's tree has been on the Boston Christmas tree in waiting list for nearly a decade, and this year the spruce has finally been tall enough to be chosen. The tree is scheduled to be cut down on November the 15th and will be leaving the province on the 19th. The official Christmas tree lighting will take place in Boston Common on November the 30th. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join with the residents of Stewiacke in thanking the Gorley family for donating this tree for Boston. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good job, Larry.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the Westfall Cole Harbour Firefighters Association, who recently held their first awards banquet since prior to the pandemic. The association started in 1962, is comprised of firefighters, both career and volunteers, retired firefighters, and community members that have become honorary firefighters, such as myself. The association has a long history of responding to the community needs during emergencies and supporting other needs when identified. The association also gives time and financial support to various community groups, the largest being donating over $872,000 to Muscular Dystrophy Canada since 1983. This year's banquet saw 16 members being recognized for 5 years through 55 years of service to the association. It also saw Kathleen McCarthy and Robin Croft recognized as the association's Members of the Year for 21 and 22. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all these valued members of our community. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Winter in the Bay art exhibit and writing contest includes submissions of short nonfiction and/or fiction-based essays on a theme of the current year's art exhibit. This is the third year for the contest, whose theme for 2023 was Coming Home. Each year, submissions are selected for a prize for first, second, and third place, with the winners of the fiction and nonfiction essays published in the Masthead News. All essays are published online, and depending on funding, may be published in a book. I want to congratulate the 3 winners of the Winter in the Bay nonfiction essay portion of the contest: Suzanne Bravowski, Laureen Miller, and Connor Kelly. The fiction essay contests were announced this past April. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in congratulating this year's winners and thanking the volunteers for their excellent work on the Winter in the Bay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, one of the personal highlights of my time as MLA so far has been the honour of presenting constituents with the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal. One constituent who I had the pleasure of presenting the medal to is Nancy Price. Nancy has been a passionate community volunteer since the 1970s. Her contributions include coaching hurdles and figure skating, helping develop the James House Museum, and being part of the steering committees for the new school and the Bridgetown Sports Hub. She is certainly a very deserving recipient of this award. Madam Speaker, I invite all members of the House of Assembly to join me in congratulating Nancy Price on receiving the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal, and then thanking her for her years of service to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Seated with us in the Speaker's Gallery, in your gallery, we have the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. Thank you, Scott, for joining us today.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Scott was first elected to the Saskatchewan Legislature in 2011. He was elected leader of the Saskatchewan Party January 27, 2018, and sworn in as Premier of Saskatchewan on February 2nd, 2018. Premier Moe was born and raised on a grain farm. He and his wife Krista currently reside in Shellbrook. He was educated at the University of Saskatchewan, where he received his Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. He's previously served as Minister of the Environment, Minister of Advanced Education, Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Water Corporation, and Minister responsible for Saskatchewan Water Security Agency. And of note, I believe that Premier Moe is quite steadily ranked polls as one of the most popular premiers in the country. Thank you, Premier Moe, for joining us today. He's joined by Shannon, his Chief of Staff, and Ashley, his Executive Assistant. So thank you for joining us today. Much appreciated.
It's a pleasure to have you present in the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. I hope you enjoy your visit. Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare. For Argyle, sorry.
Brighter and better days, Madam Speaker. Brighter and better days. Madam Speaker. You never know. Madam Speaker, not many people can say they have their own very own Viking ship, but David Surratt's 6-year-old grandson, Amun, can. In 2017, after having seen the 100-foot Miklo bust being reconstructed while visiting his daughter and her family in Norway, David began construction of the 25-foot replica Viking ship in his barn in West Pumlico. Then in August 2018, tragedy struck. A car accident claimed the life of his wife, Annis, and left him with multiple injuries. And while his body healed physically, he continued to work on the ship to help start healing his heart of his profound loss. David was determined not to launch the vessel before his grandson could be present, so after 6 years, the day finally arrived, and on October 13th, the Big Dragon was launched. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me in congratulating David Surratt on this magnificent labor of love. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I stand to congratulate an exceptional individual, Lauren Farrow, an exemplary pharmacist at the Clayton Park Shoppers Drug Mart. This year, Lauren was named the 2023 Pharmacist of the Year for her dedication to pharmacy and her ability to inspire other pharmacy professionals. Lauren's strength lies in her ability to remain unshaken in the face of the most intense pressure. Her clinical knowledge, leadership qualities, and patient communication make her both an outstanding manager and role model. Even on the busiest of days, Lauren is the calm in the storm, a source of reassurance for everyone. Her poise and unflinching resolve have earned her the affectionate nickname of being the, quote, breath of fresh air in the pharmacy. Madam Speaker, please join me in expressing my deep appreciation for Lauren's exceptional contributions to our community. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hants East.
I'm still waiting. Oh, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to bring recognition to the citizens who came forward to clean up the Enfield Village Square for the summer. Enfield and Bloom put out a notice looking for volunteers to help get the Enfield Village Square all tidied up for the warmer months. More than 10 volunteers came together to lend a helping hand to put some beauty back into the square after the winter months. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank Enfield and Bloom and the volunteers who came together to help clean up a beautiful space in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In May 2023, Thomas and Sarah Marimbo from Wolfville, along with 2 other students from the Annapolis region, and teacher Rob Davies attended the Canada-wide Science Fair in Edmonton, Alberta. The event brought together Canada's top young scientists from grade 7 to 12 for a week-long competition at the University of Alberta. Thomas's Science Fair project was on the benefits of probiotics, and he saw some late nights gathering information and getting results from samples. The effort paid off in a big way when Thomas was awarded the gold medal in the senior level at the Canada-wide Science Fair. Right on his heels was Thomas's sister Sarah, who won a silver medal, intermediate level, for her science project on the effects of humidity and temperature on the deformities of the Tenebrule molitor, aka mealworm beetle larva. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating both Thomas and Sarah on their great achievements and wish them both great success on their future science competitions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Jake Reeves, Cadet Chief Warrant Officer of the 2741 Eastern Shore Army Cadet Corps in Gatesbrook. Jake was awarded the General Walsh Commemorative Sword as Canada's most outstanding Army Cadet for 2022-2023. Jake will also be the National Army Cadet Representee for the same time period. It should be noted that this is only the 2nd time that an Army Cadet in Nova Scotia has ever received this high honor, and Jake is the first male Army Cadet to be recognized for this award. Jake was also honored with the Royal Canadian Legion Cadet Medal of Excellence in 2021. In addition to this national award, he recently earned a gold medal in men's youth at the 2022 Biathlon Zone Championship. Jake, a graduate of Eastern Shore District High School, is currently attending his first year of engineering at Dalhousie University. I ask all members of the Assembly to join me in congratulating Jake on receiving this exceptional award and to wish him continued success with his education, athletic endeavors, and career. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West joining us virtually. Please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to show my support and appreciation for all daycares in Clayton Park West. This summer, I had the pleasure of visiting one of Clayton Park West's oldest continuously running daycares, Kids Are Kids Daycare, which first opened its doors in 1995 and currently operates with 106 spaces. I met with the owner, Heather, and her staff to learn about their day-to-day operations and some of the challenges they are facing. Heather mentioned to me that the fee cap that has been in place since 2016 and the inflation crisis has created many difficulties for her and many of the other daycare owners across Nova Scotia. Many daycare centers are struggling, and we have seen many close. I ask the House to join me in thanking our dedicated daycare owners like Heather, who are committed to providing top quality daycare in our province. Thank you.
There will not be enough time, so we're just going to wait a few seconds. I apologize. Order. The time now is for members to put oral questions to the ministers. It is now 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, residential construction prices are up 8.5% year over year. This is the 2nd highest in the country after Toronto. Costs for single detached homes in Nova Scotia are up close to 10%. Building costs for low-rise apartments are up over 10%. This is the highest in the country. Townhouse construction prices are up 9.6%, also the highest in the country. Now Nova Scotia is ahead of the national average of overall increase in construction costs, which is at 6%, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, the Premier's housing plan is all built around the private sector outpacing its current rate of development. How are they going to do that with prices so high when it comes to building?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the important question. Of course, we know we need more housing stock. The solution to the housing crisis is more housing. So we know that costs are going up, and there's a number of other delays. We have a couple bills before this legislature right now. I'd encourage the member to support, which would help get projects moving forward, which will help with cost efficiencies. And of course, the elephant in the room, the carbon tax has driven the price of everything up. The member opposite has a chance to stand up against his federal cousins and say no to the carbon tax. Let's get it off everything. Let's let Nova Scotians move forward without the carbon tax.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Madam Speaker, these costs are going up in Nova Scotia under this Premier. We have the second highest increase in building costs in the country after Toronto. When it comes to low-rise and townhouses, we have the highest construction costs in the whole country. Certainly the Premier knows he can't just blame that on one issue that affects every single province across the country. Construction costs are going faster and faster here than anywhere else in the province, and developers are telling us they're not going to be able to build affordable housing units. Madam Speaker, how is the Premier going to get affordable housing units built when developers that he's banking on are telling him they're not going to be able to do it?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Speaker, and there are many developers, not-for-profits, many organizations that want to build housing. They tell me about the delays with the permitting process. They tell me about some of the fees that are built into the process. Just right here in HRM, the number of different types of fees that are built into a project are very significant. There's a bill before the legislature that would cap those fees, would help keep things affordable. This member has a chance to get behind that and support Nova Scotians by standing up to unnecessary fees, standing up to the unnecessary carbon tax, and putting Nova Scotians before his Liberal friends. Let's put Nova Scotians first, Liberals second.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Madam Speaker, here's the reality of the situation. This Premier has overseen the highest increases in rent in the whole country, the highest inflation in the country, housing starts that have gone down 50% year over year under his watch, a vacancy rate close to 0% here in our capital city. Homelessness has doubled under his watch, and now construction costs are at an all-time high. And the reason the Premier is still in this House is because we still have a lot of questions about these housing bills that they have not demonstrated are going to have any impact on increasing housing stock in this province. They can't even answer simple questions. There's been no analysis done. So my question to the Premier, how is he going to double the population of this province when he's not building enough houses for people to live in now?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, we've been very transparent about what's required. We've been very transparent about what is necessary with our housing program. We're being open and honest with Nova Scotians. I wish that member would be transparent and open and honest about the Auditor General investigation that his party is currently subject to. I wish that member would be open and honest about the RCMP investigation that was called under his watch. Madam Speaker, we will continue to be open and honest with Nova Scotians. That member has a chance to do the same thing.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the Premier about the real state of healthcare here in Nova Scotia. We hear daily from people waiting to be attached to primary care in their communities. One unattached rural Nova Scotian without transportation used to get a year of a life-saving prescription from a walk-in, but now, with Maple, he can only get 90 days. He bikes 40 kilometers to get that medication. Maple, I'll remind the Premier and the Speaker, is a private company that is now being paid public fees for each service on top of its multi-million-dollar untendered contract. I guess this is better than not getting medication at all, but will the Premier tell us when the 144,000 Nova Scotians on the Need a Family Practice waitlist are going to be attached to a real live human healthcare practitioner in a collaborative care clinic in their community?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Speaker, very, very proud of the work that the Health Authority and the Minister and the Department have done to make sure that Nova Scotians have different options to access care. Of course, the member has mentioned virtual care. That is an access point that's helping many Nova Scotians, hundreds of Nova Scotians every day, saving them travel time, saving them wait time. And Madam Speaker, the member should be aware that when a virtual care appointment happens and it's determined that the patient needs to see somebody, they can get into one of our primary care clinics, and they can do it very quickly in a matter of days. And I think that happens 20% of the time, that the virtual care person says, I really want you to see somebody, and they get them into a clinic within a couple of days. Virtual care is part of the future of healthcare, and it will be here to stay. It's an important part of the future of healthcare.
I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Madam Speaker, I want to note that every time I have asked a question about when the people on the Need a Family Practice waitlist will have attachment to a primary care provider, that we have not gotten an answer. So we're going to tick this off as one more time. It is now commonplace to hear people waiting hours in the city for an ambulance, whether it's kids lying on the football field in the middle of Halifax in the cold with an injury waiting for an ambulance to arrive, or the family in Chesapeake who was told when they called 911 that there was no ambulance available when their son had a life-threatening injury. A paramedic said about that case, this is happening literally daily. Someone has died, or they weren't able to be treated on time. And I will table that. I'd like to remind the Premier that there is no amount of innovation that will replace a trained paramedic or nurse in a medical emergency. When is the Premier going to make sure that when people call 911, an ambulance shows up?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nobody wants to hear those types of stories. Certainly not our government. Certainly not those healthcare professionals that are responding and doing incredible work to support patients of this province. But since we're in the mood to remind members of things, I will remind that member of the Patient Access to Care Act, which was a nation-leading piece of legislation that passed through this House that talks about common sense credentialing. Help us get doctors here. Help us get nurses here, paramedics, and healthcare professionals. And that member, they voted against the Patient Access to Care Act, Madam Speaker. That's a good piece of legislation that will help get us the healthcare professionals here we need.
Of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
I will remind the Premier, Madam Speaker, that we on this side of the House support democracy, and that act, like many of the Premier's acts, concentrated the ability to decide whether someone could practice here in the hands of one minister. One minister, and that is inappropriate. And we echoed every single health regulator in the province in coming to that decision and asking them to take it back and make it a better bill. But whatever the innovations for healthcare that the Premier loves to announce, let's hope that they work better than the virtual care pilot in Ontario, which we heard today actually did nothing to alleviate the stress on emergency rooms and was mostly used by people who already had a physician. It didn't work, and I'll table that. The Premier is poised to give Maple up to $20 million for uncertain returns and no impact on attaching patients to permanent primary care. When is the Premier going to do what it takes to actually fix the healthcare system?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And when we met as premiers this week, we talked about innovations that are happening across the country. Sometimes innovations, when you're first out of the gate, you got to pivot a little bit and get it just right. But that shouldn't stop the attempts at progress. So our virtual care pilot program we have here is different than the one in Ontario. But what I would say to the member with the editorial about democracy is maybe the member wants to speak to the Nurses College who have gotten on board and are processing 18,000 applications. Maybe the member wants to speak to the College of Physicians who are getting on board and recognizing certain schools. So when it comes to licensing and accrediting healthcare professionals, I'll listen to those people, not the leader of the NDP.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Premier for putting his fine statesmanship on display here today in the House. We're asking serious questions about homelessness and a lack of plan from this government on housing. And what do? We get cheap shots and the Premier acting more like he's a member of the opposition than he is the Premier of the province and not taking responsibility. Madam Speaker, last month the federal government partnered with HRM to announce the fast tracking of 10,000 new units for housing in Halifax. Now the Premier says he's going to look into legislation that would prevent municipalities from working directly with the federal government to deliver housing. If the Premier is so committed to getting more housing in our housing stock here, why would he want to get in the way of municipalities working with the federal government to make just that happen?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question. And the reality is this is something that virtually every province has identified. What has happened is the federal government, through their programs, has gone directly to the municipalities. That result has been that where Atlantic Canada should have received approximately 7% of the Housing Accelerator Fund, we've received 4%, simply because many of our municipalities do not have the bandwidth or the scale to make those applications or apply to that, or quite frankly are not actually operating in the housing sphere. So this is a policy change by the federal government for their own reasons. I can't explain why. They can explain why they did that, but this is something that many, all of our provinces across the country have said, look, the provinces have the responsibility for housing.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, I mean, the reality here is that we've seen this government not work collaboratively with other orders of government. We've seen them attack the federal government nonstop. We've seen them not reach out to municipalities. The mayor of Halifax didn't even get a call before they brought in a bill. And now, when municipalities and the federal government actually work out deals that are going to deliver thousands of new units to the province, the Premier and the Minister says, no way, we can't let that happen. I'm wondering, does the Premier and the Minister actually understand what's happening here? And perhaps they can recognize that maybe they are actually the problem here?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So just to give an example, Madam Speaker, I will suggest that the member recall that there was a $5 million fund go to CBRM, which was housing accelerator money that CBRM wasn't even expecting. They turned it down. The public outcry was such that they turned to us and said, help, we've gotten involved, we're helping them sort that out. So this is what we're dealing with the federal government. So we have a current bill on the floor which deals with some of these housing accelerator issues, and I hope the member will support it.
Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week we established in this House that provincial crowns are the ones that are trying the most serious, indicting the most serious crimes in this province. We also established that the prosecution has characterized that the justice system is on fire, similar to what the judges were saying when vacancies were left for months on end. The minister just tabled that there are 23 cases and counting being thrown out after Jordan applications, 5 times the amount more than it ever has been year to year. Madam Speaker, the question is, why is this government always in reaction mode, and how many more cases will it take before this government reacts to this issue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, and through you to the Honourable Member. What I have offered before is that we are aware of the backlogs. We are aware of Jordan. We are trying to deal with those. I will tell the House that we are trying to expedite some things that we were looking at for this coming budget to see whether or not we can get those approved through Cabinet to get them forward quicker. And of course, as we all know, the Public Prosecution Services, their union is coming up in December, so I'm sure when we meet to negotiate their new union contracts, all these things will be brought up by them at that time, as they are now in the media.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is how many more, exactly how many more cases? As we sit in the House, we have 23 cases now being thrown out. This is a public safety issue. I just want to ask the question. We don't have to wait for a budget to add resources. How many more cases will it take before this minister acts and adds resources to the justice system?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member may forget I did for a minute. It was only about one hot minute that he was Premier here when all the, and in government, when the Crown prosecutors in this province went on strike last time. It certainly didn't help with the backlogs, and we're dealing with those now. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect on a new question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can remember in 2018 when we added dedicated prosecutors for sexual assault. I can remember when I was Minister of Environment when we added dedicated prosecutors for environment, or in 2020 when we added a dedicated prosecutor for human trafficking. These are the types of things that we're asking for the minister to do. I want to highlight an issue of the culture within the prosecution. The minister cited the vacancies, and I want to chart a timeline for the minister. The former director had retired after his statement on fair treatment of African Nova Scotians. Secondly, an independent report had to be conducted by Laura Williams and Associates to look into these discriminatory practices within the PPS. And then this past spring, there were challenges with what was called a train wreck or a complete disaster by the Nova Scotia Justice Institute to try to train designed to support implementation of fair treatment. A question for the minister is, will he admit that there's systemic racism within the public prosecution?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And what I would say is that, as with all government, I think that the PPS has its challenges as well. I believe that's why the director had the report done. And I know that just recently they've hired a equity and anti-racism director up there as well. So those are certainly being looked at. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's the second time I asked the question of that acknowledgement, which I wasn't able to get fully in that, so that's disappointing. We are aware of that hire, but communities cannot trust the institution, and that's why I'm asking the question. There was a FOIPOP to look at the recommendations in the report, the independent report, which was 100% redacted. We don't know anything that came out of that report. Madam Speaker, I'd ask we know staff analyzed the report. I'd ask the minister, if he's not willing to share what's in the report, perhaps he can share just the high-level recommendations so that we can defeat systemic racism in the public prosecution.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd remind the member that, we just recently put the first African Nova Scotian Chief Justice on the bench, Perry Borden. We had African Nova Scotian CERT Director. As far as the report themselves, that was a report that was through the Public Service Commission and the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I direct the member to ask them if he would like to see the report. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health and Wellness. For many Nova Scotians, the cost of birth control prevents them from accessing this basic form of health care. It's estimated that 1 in 3 Nova Scotian workers do not have health benefits, and not all benefit plans offer equal coverage of the care. Insufficient access to birth control leads to worsened health, well-being, and socioeconomic outcomes for patients, families, and communities. The minister has worked extensively as a healthcare provider. Does she find it acceptable that so many Nova Scotians can't access this important medication?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So certainly we're looking at universal birth control over the last number of months. We know that there are a number of people through family pharmacare who can access birth control, providing that there is medication component. So I certainly know in the instance of IUDs, in order for those to be covered under family pharmacare, there does need to be a medicinal and hormonal component to that. We continue to look at ways to support Nova Scotians. We also know that through Department of Community Services as well, there's free birth control available to those who meet the criteria. So we are working all the time to best cover things that are important to Nova Scotians, and we'll continue to do that review. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Minister will know that there are gaps in providing contraception, Madam Speaker. And so earlier this year, British Columbia became the first province to provide access to free prescription contraception. Nova Scotia needs to follow suit. It's estimated that for every $1 on contraception access spent on contraception access, there's up to $90 in public savings. The Access Now Nova Scotia Coalition has called on government to urgently address this issue, supported by organizations like the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia, Nova Scotia College of Family Physicians, the Dalhousie Departments of Pediatrics and Obstetrics and Gynecology, the North End Community Health Centre, and many, many others, and I will table that list. Will the minister commit to ensuring that every Nova Scotian has access to no-cost contraception?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So our pharmacare program is under incredible pressure, as we all know. Not only do we have advancing technologies and therapies, but we also know that the cost of drugs are going up. So as a department, we continue to look at what we're best able to supply to Nova Scotians. We want to make sure that we have things that are accessible to them that are needed. There is always competing priorities, and we will continue to balance and look at those over the coming months, and we will do what we can to support Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that since the pandemic, there has been an increase of intimate partner violence, leading to tragic outcomes for women and families. This was also outlined in the final Mass Casualty Commission report, which this government committed to implementing in full. However, more needs to be done to address the impacts of intimate partner violence. My question to the Minister of Justice, will the government call intimate partner violence a public health emergency and immediately address the urgent need to prevent more tragic cases of domestic and intimate partner violence?
I recognize the honourable member or Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And Speaker, through you to the honourable member, what I would say is, yes, we are following through with the mass casualty recommendations. Yes, intimate partner violence was one of those issues that were brought up. I would let government members know that this government's decided to take a multi-departmental view on those recommendations. So there are a number of departments within government, not just Justice, that are looking at those. And in regards to the specific question of the member in regards to public health emergency, that should probably be referred to another department, which would be the Department of Health. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour-Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, the federal government passed an important piece of legislation called Kara's Law, which is in honour of the late 4-year-old who was murdered by her father. Her father had a history of domestic violence, and when her mom told the judge of his history of coercive control, the judge said domestic violence is not relevant to parenting, and I'll table that. The intent of Kara's Law is to amend the Judges Act to establish seminars for judges on intimate partner violence and coercive control, in addition to other forms of education they must undergo. Other provinces are making amendments for their judges. Ontario made amendments to the Courts of Justice and Justices of the Peace Acts, and they require education about the impact of gender-based violence for provincially appointed judges and justices of the peace. My question to the Minister of Justice, is the government going to ensure that all provincial judges are educated on both intimate partner violence and coercive control like the federal government?
I recognize the honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, violence against women, children, any family members is unacceptable. We certainly do not condone, and we stand against that. My department, as I said, in conjunction with Department of Health, Department of Community Services, and other departments are working to address issues of domestic violence. What I would say to the member is I think that's probably a really good idea, and I will take that back and look at it in our office. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The province of Nova Scotia owns a prime piece of real estate in downtown Dartmouth at the corner of King Street and Alderney Drive. This is a piece of land that could support up to 27 stories in terms of housing units, hundreds of units. And 19 months ago, Develop Nova Scotia, now Build Nova Scotia, closed a request for proposals for that site for housing. And yet, if you showed up at that site today, you would still find a parking lot and no housing. So I would like to ask the minister responsible for Build Nova Scotia, why has it been almost 2 years since that RFP closed and no housing units have been built on that site? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. The successful the successful consortium that has that accepted that bid has been met with challenges and some changes. We know there has been an increase in interest rates. There has been labour shortages and certainly an increase in market prices for lumber. Build Nova Scotia continues to work with the group, and I'm happy in the direction that we are going.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
I thank the minister for the response. And just today, we've seen examples of how this government does like to pass the buck and point the blame on housing. We see that they don't like the fact that the federal government is working with municipalities to direct nearly $100 million in housing to Halifax. And yet, this piece of land I'm talking about is not owned by the federal government. It's not being held up by municipal bylaws because it's municipally owned. This is a provincial piece of land. And I wonder if the minister could give us a timeline as to when units might be built on that site and when people in Nova Scotia might actually be living there. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, we are concerned about every project, and we want to see projects go ahead, and we remain in communication with them, and I invite them to meet with our department. As for the $100 million, I guess the member was not listening. I'll explain it again. We have received in Atlantic Canada approximately 4% of that Housing Accelerator Fund money when we should have received 7% in the normal course of percentage of population distribution across the country. If that's not a concern to the other side, I am shocked, because that is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We're happy to see Halifax get $100 million. What about all our other municipalities?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the government announced the location of 50 new beds at the end of last week, but we know that's really only a net gain of 30 beds since they decided not to support Christchurch and Dartmouth to provide more shelter this winter. Madam Speaker, we have incredible people on the front lines willing to help and provide both service and space, but this government won't work with them. My question to the Minister of Community Services: why won't this government renew those 20 shelter beds so desperately needed in the HRM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And certainly, we have been stating for many months now, we sense the urgency. We've been working hard as a department to secure a location that could meet certainly the needs that we're seeing with the increase in people sleeping rough. So the shelter location that we did secure has 50 beds, as the member opposite did mention, but I would say it also has the ability to ramp up to 100 beds, Madam Speaker, and to host people experiencing homelessness in emergency situations. And I would say it also has the ability to house all genders and people certainly 16 years of age and older. And Madam Speaker, we continue to work hard to support certainly people experiencing homelessness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll respond to that by saying we'll ramp up then. Get it done, right? If that location has the ability to do it, I hope the government moves as quick as possible to get it done. Madam Speaker, this week we also heard from service providers on how frustrating it is that they don't know where the new shelters will be outside of the HRM. It is frustrating for those working on the front lines when they can't tell people where shelter is going to be because this government won't tell them. I will give the minister another opportunity to tell the public, including those needing housing, where will the 100 shelters outside of HRM be, and how many more shelter spaces are coming to the CBRM?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And again, we are working hard, certainly with Pallet, the provider of those shelters, 100 here for HRM and 100 for outside of HRM. And Madam Speaker, we are having those conversations with service providers. We're having conversations with municipalities. We are looking at provincial lands in those locations. We are working as diligently as we can to make sure that we support people not only here in HRM but across Nova Scotia who are experiencing homelessness. I would add that we did we do have a shelter that is going to be up and running by mid-month in Bridgewater, as well as a shelter that is that has been opened in Amherst as well, Madam Speaker. So we are doing our work. We're working hard, and we'll continue to do so.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier or the Minister of Health, since the Minister of Justice couldn't answer this. Following two widely reported fatal instances of gender-based violence last week, advocates and organizations are calling on governments to declare this issue a public health emergency. This situation is made worse by the housing crisis. A dire lack of affordable housing means that many people experiencing this violence face potential homelessness if they decide to leave. Madam Speaker, emergency shelters are full. And the wait for public housing, even on the priority list, is years long. When is this government going to provide real supports to people who are fleeing intimate partner abuse?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and this is something that this issue wears hard on all of us. We are all deeply grieved by any these circumstances, and I know that this goes across government. A number of us could answer it. I'll just answer from the point of view of municipal affairs and housing, where we have the priority access list into public housing. As the member knows, we are in the process of working at overhousing, where we have people who are in public housing in 3-4 bedroom units. We're trying to get them into single units if they're a single person, and that process will enable us to take in more of these people who are fleeing gender-based violence, because typically it's a family with several children need several bedrooms. So this is something that, and we also have a portal for people fleeing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I'm so glad to hear that, you know, the government is deeply grieved about this situation, but I didn't get an answer of what it does right now. So our offices hear stories regularly about people facing gender-based violence who are left unsupported by this government. In one instance, a person leaving a partner due to gender-based violence lost her income assistance benefits and had to reapply without support or so much as a taxi chit to get her intake appointment. As one advocate stated, this is a deterrent to reporting violence and a huge burden to place on people. People are dying. Homelessness, facing impossible decisions. Why is this government leaving so many people without the supports they need to face gender-based violence?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we recognize the challenges for people who are experiencing, gender-based violence, and certainly the challenges with, with homelessness and that being an issue. And certainly, we are working really hard as a government with supportive housing, with recognition that there, there is absolutely more to do. And certainly, I can't speak to specific cases, but our department will work hard to make sure that people are supported to the best of our ability when they're experiencing certainly situations like this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a story this week highlighted just how dire the student housing situation is in Cape Breton and, frankly, all over the province. Cape Breton University student Gary Menon's school week begins at 3 a.m. with a 400-kilometer drive. Mena lives in Halifax with her husband and family, where she also works. Her classes are crammed into 2 days of the week. She spends the other 5 working to pay for gas, rent, and accommodations for her short stays in Sydney for school, hence the early morning and late night trips across the province. Her story, Madam Speaker, sadly is not unique. Many students have long commutes and are just barely scraping by to try to get their education. My question to the Minister of Advanced Education, does he think that this is the typical student experience for Nova Scotia, for newcomers coming to Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. We welcome international students right across Nova Scotia. We do realize that there's a large influx of international students in the Cape Breton area. And we really appreciate that of all the places in the world that these students can go, that they choose Nova Scotia. Students do have choice, Madam Speaker. Students do have choice of where they want to live, if they want to travel. However, with the challenges that we're experiencing now in Cape Breton, some students are traveling and they are choosing to travel. But let me remind you that there are, not necessarily for families, but even Cape Breton University themselves do have room in their residences for some of the students that it could certainly fit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
That's the argument, Madam Speaker, is that the Minister says there's choices, but there's really not choices. It's not just in Cape Breton, it's across the province. Housing is a huge issue for students that are coming here to study. And Madam Speaker, there are 10,000 students at NSCC campuses across the province, and there are over 55,000 students who attend university in Nova Scotia, many of whom want to stay and make Nova Scotia their home, but can't because of how expensive it is to live here and how impossible it is to find housing. Why won't this minister acknowledge the 55,000 students attending our universities and release the student housing plan that he promised?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Madam Speaker, the student housing strategy doesn't build accommodations. They don't build units. Together with what we're doing provincially, very proud of the work that that Municipal Affairs and Housing has done. We'll continue to build. We'll continue to listen to students. The announcement of 3 Nova Scotia Community College builds very early on in our mandate is big. We have 200 units right across the harbour, 100 just up the road, and 50 in Stellarton that we've already announced. We've already invested in Cape Breton $5 million towards the Tartan Downs project, $3 million here in Halifax. We'll continue to invest. A paper document does not build housing, but we'll continue to do what we can. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we know that energy poverty is a huge issue in our province, with 37% of Nova Scotians experiencing energy poverty, and nearly 3,000 Nova Scotia Power customers have had their electricity cut off this year because they could not afford to pay their power bills. Last year, the minister said an advisory group he was assembling to review standards and penalties for the utility would also consider the idea of alternative rates. My question to the minister, when will the advisory group be enacted so work can be done to help Nova Scotians living in energy poverty?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank the member very much for this important question. As the member would know, we did establish also on top of that electrical task force that is out in the field right now having communications with stakeholders and evaluating how the process of electricity is divided up. We do have partners that do assist with Nova Scotia Power rates and navigating through that system, and certainly looking very forward to in the very early months of 2024 for that task force to have the report back to us as government.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the minister for the answer. Our offices have started to hear from worried Nova Scotians who have heard that Nova Scotia Power wants to download the costs of the $25 million bill from Fiona to customers. And I can table that as well. However, we know that Nova Scotians cannot afford this, and this government needs to ensure that Nova Scotians will not end up footing this bill. We will continue to have storms due to the climate crisis, and it's not the job of Nova Scotians to have to foot the bill of the power company. My question to the minister, can he assure all Nova Scotians that they will not need to foot Nova Scotia Power's bill?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. And certainly, as the member would know opposite, that this is a decision that will be before the UARB. It's not a decision that government can make, but as in past, we certainly will be stating our case to the UARB, and the ratepayers in Nova Scotia. They're first and foremost of our thoughts in this government.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the next 2 years, power rates in Nova Scotia are going to go up 14%. Rent, year over year, is up 9.5%. And yet we find ourselves in another House session where no significant legislation has been brought forward to make life more affordable for Nova Scotians. Instead, we hear vague generalities about targeted supports, and in many cases, those targeted supports don't even apply to the people who need them the most. So I would ask the Minister of Community Services, where are the supports that Nova Scotians desperately need during this cost of living crisis? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And it's no question that Nova Scotians, Canadians, we're all facing, significant challenges. Cost of living is impacting many Nova Scotians, and certainly rising interest rates, high inflation, federal taxes, those things matter and impact many Nova Scotians. And we have created many targeted supports, Madam Speaker, and again, I will kind of reiterate a number of them, increasing the Nova Scotia child benefit over the last 2 budgets, Madam Speaker. We have had targeted supports for people on income assistance. We have increased the Seniors Care Grant. We have reduced child care fees. Madam Speaker, we continue to look at ways to support Nova Scotians. We know there's more to do, and certainly we'll continue to do what we can, Madam Speaker.
I I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the minister's response, he did point out some of the shortfalls that I was mentioning in my question. The child benefit is no good if you don't have children. The senior's care grant is not going to help you if you're not a senior. And income assistance, the vast majority of income assistance recipients are single people. And this government has frozen income assistance for the past 2 years. Yes, interest rates. Yes, labor. Yes, cost of materials. Those are things that are outside of the control of the province. What will the province do to make sure that next year we don't receive another F on poverty reduction?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And again, targeted supports are targeted at specific individuals and specific groups, and we do work hard to target supports for various groups across the spectrum here in Nova Scotia. Again, we can talk about support to food banks that we've provided, Madam Speaker. We can talk about the supplement, the rent supplements that have been provided by this province. We can also talk about the funding for heat pumps for low-income residents of Nova Scotia, Madam Speaker. This government is focused on supporting our most vulnerable, and will continue to do what we can to support those individuals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Economic Development. For years, Nova Scotia has been paying to maintain the railway that connects Cape Breton to the mainland. The future of this connection has recently come into question when the minister stated, quote, "Does this make sense for taxpayers of Nova Scotia?" to preserving essentially, it's not a cow path, but it's not really an asset, end quote. Does the minister recognize the importance of this connection to the people of Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. We recently received confirmation of the very good news, I believe, of CN purchasing a stake in the railway, and we've had some clarification that stake includes not only the mainland line, but what is often referred to as the Sydney subdivision. And certainly, an earlier government made a decision to protect, I would say, to buy time on an opportunity relating about the tracks into the Port of Sydney. We will be looking in the next few weeks at whether we will renew that contract and the opportunities related.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister is correct. Last week, CN has announced that it has purchased a stake in this railway. Cape Bretoners have questioned what this means for the future of the region. The CEO of the Cape Breton Regional Chamber of Commerce stated, quote, "Opening up the rail line would reconnect Cape Breton Island to the rest of the country and the rest of the province, thereby lowering the cost of living for everyday residents. And that's, of course, incredibly important and top of mind for everyone," end quote. So I'm hoping that the minister will make her intentions very clear around the provincial subsidy and the stake in the railway.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I believe looking at the intention of the agreement that exists, whereupon the taxpayers of Nova Scotia pay $30,000 a month and we're now in for over $1 million to retain a potential opportunity. But certainly, we would not be looking at the government of Nova Scotia operating a rail line. What we need to understand as we enter these last weeks of the current calendar year and the annual renewal period is there indeed an opportunity that justifies this continued investment? And if there is, we're in. And if there's not, we may have decisions to make.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier, when will this government break ground on the QE2 Halifax Infirmary project?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I've spoken in the House before about the importance of this project, going back to last year's announcement, which focused on actually being able to deliver the priorities and the acute needs of the HI site, Madam Speaker. That includes more beds, more surgical capacity, and of course a new emergency room, Madam Speaker. 2023 has been and continues to be a design year. Madam Speaker, I've acknowledged in this House, I've acknowledged with media that enabling works did not start this summer as anticipated, but we're focusing on design to making sure that when we start digging holes, we're not digging holes just to have holes dug.
The Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With great fanfare, there was a news release and an announcement last December that more was coming faster. The minister indicated that they would start in April. In May, they announced with another press release that they had reached an agreement to start advanced work. And the minister today is an excellent example of how we are delivering on a plan to do more faster. $254 million in the budget to do more faster this year. September's fiscal update, delays in healthcare projects. A few weeks ago, the minister announcing a hiring of an architect with an NDA. Now we're designing like hell. 2.5 years with this project. When is the minister going to accomplish something?
I recognize the Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Oh, Madam Speaker, I think we're still filling in the holes that were left by the previous government. Madam Speaker, their plan, I'll remind them, because they seem to forget very quickly, is that their plan would not have been able to be executed by the construction industry, Madam Speaker. It would have taken many, many years, north of 10 years probably, before we would just automatically turn on the lights and have a healthcare facility, Madam Speaker. We recognize that we need to have a design before we start digging holes and moving equipment on site, Madam Speaker. So again, time and time again, I'm reminded by the lack of awareness from the members opposite pertaining to the construction industry. It's been very complicated. It's been very challenging over the last number of years, Madam Speaker. We're working hard. The staff are working diligently to move this in the right direction, and we'll get it done.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South on a new question.
Madam Speaker, the minister's own words when he changed the direction on this project last December, he knew what he was doing, presumably, and he came out and announced that they had an agreement to begin work. Clearly, he didn't realize that he had to go back to the drawing board. So 2.5 years later, while the VG is falling down, this project has gone nowhere for 2.5 years. We're back to the drawing board. I'm asking the minister, will you get to work and please build some health facilities for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Madam Speaker, contrary to their contrary opinion, if I can say it that way, we are in fact delivering more healthcare infrastructure, Madam Speaker. I'll give credit where credit's due. The Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Centre will be a significant investment and improvement to the healthcare facilities of our province. I'll also point out, although there's some negative Nellies on the opposite side pertaining to the Hogan Court Transition Community Facility, Madam Speaker, a brand new innovative solution. I know they do not like innovative solutions, Madam Speaker, but we recognize on this side of the House that we need to do something. The cost of doing nothing, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable, and if anybody in this province wants to know what the cost of doing nothing looks like, they're just going to look over there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And let's talk about the cost of doing nothing. 2.5 years with no progress on a multi-billion-dollar building, when construction prices have increased 30% one year, 10% the next. His government has just cost at least $800 million more to deliver healthcare facilities. I want to ask the minister, when are you going in the ground?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service, Nova Scotia.
Speaker, with the rhetoric coming over there, it sounds like that was easy.
Order. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the East Gallery are two of my friends that came in from Kings West today. They wanted to come in and have a peek at their democratic process, and they have had a great experience here, I'm sure. I want to introduce my friend Gio Matthew and Ethan Joseph. They are from the Nova Scotia Annapolis Malele Association, a community of over 400 now in the Annapolis Valley who are doing great things in recognition of cultural events, and I've been fortunate to take in some of their community events, like their New Year's celebration and their Onum celebration that took place at the end of August. I'm actually on a viral video doing a lot of traditional music with them, so it's been great. But I do want to recognize their participation in our area and thank them for coming in. Gio is an immigration consultant and Ethan's a realtor, and we're very thankful to have them in the Annapolis Valley. Their entire community, they add so much to the vibrancy of our community, and I'm just thankful that they came in today. And please ask all the members of the House to help me in giving them a warm welcome.
Welcome to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly. Thank you for coming. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So permission to make an introduction. In the East Gallery, we have one of my oldest lifelong friends. He and I went to high school and university in Montreal in the early 2000s. I went east, he went west, settling in Vancouver and starting his family there. My friend here, Stephen D'Souza, is here in Halifax for the National Conference on Ending Homelessness, representing the homelessness services of British Columbia. And quite frankly, I don't think I've seen Stephen since grade 11 when we shared a locker together at Pierrefonds Comprehensive High School in Montreal. So I'd ask my colleagues to give a warm Nova Scotia welcome to Stephen.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg West on an introduction.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do beg leave. I'd like to bring everyone's attention today to the West Gallery? West Gallery, please, where Axel Rennick is visiting the legislature. Let's see, up there.
We can see.
Perfect. Axel's a grade 11 student at Charles P. Allen High School and doing his co-op at the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. So he started his co-op with the Career Pathways Division of the department in October and will be spending every Tuesday with the team until January. Axel's the leader of the GSA club at his school and recently volunteered at Halcon. He likes Dungeons and Dragons, reading, and sketching. He is hoping to do his next co-op placement in pre-primary and is interested in exploring a career in sociology or education. I'd like to ask all members of the House to give Axel a warm welcome. We were thrilled to welcome him to the Department of Education and thrilled as well to welcome him here to the legislature.
Welcome. Hope you enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Premier in question period referenced an RCMP investigation into the Liberal Party. I have to state for the House there is no such investigation. The Premier did not table any substantiating...
Order. That is not a point of order. A point of order is based on breach of rules of the House. So I am correct. It's not a point of order, but perhaps there is something else you would rather say, or a point. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll rise on a point of privilege.
I will hear your point of privilege. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Premier made misleading comments in the House today. He did not substantiate any of those comments. I actually have, I believe he's referencing Elections Nova Scotia referral to the RCMP.
Order. So the only way you can deliver on a point of privilege of what someone else said is by giving notice to the Speaker ahead of time. Okay? You would have to put it out in a notice of motion, setting out the allegations, then looking for a debate within the House. But you have to write that so I can review it before I rule on it. Okay? Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to address the member's comment and maybe bring it to a head now. I know that in the summertime elections, the Chief Elections Officer found that the Liberal Party had broken an elections law and asked the RCMP to investigate that. If the member wants to update the House on the status of that investigation, how it went, his feelings of why the RCMP was called in, I'm sure the House would be happy to hear that. But my reference was purely to the fact that the Chief Elections Officer did call in the RCMP to investigate, which I believe is a fact, and I can table all kinds of articles about that if the member so pleases, Madam Speaker.
We're going to move on. We dismissed the point of order, so we would like to move on from there, and we'll carry on with government business at this point in time. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee of the whole House on bills.
I will now leave the chair, and we will just take a short recess in order to prepare for Committee of the Whole House. Thank you very much.
order. I recognize the honourable member for Victoria the Lakes on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It gives me great honour to introduce two visitors to the East Gallery today. They're here for the NSFM meetings that are going on. I'm going to ask them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House. Warden Bruce Morrison from the municipality of the County of Victoria. And Leanne McCacken, the CAO for Victoria County. Welcome. And we'll still have our meeting tomorrow, don't worry.
Welcome to the House. I would like to recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 323, Regulated Health Professions Act?
Bill 323, Regulated Health Professions Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 323 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 17, 2023, without amendments, and contains 241 clauses.
Is there any discussion on Clause 1? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mix Chair. I just wanted to speak for a few minutes on Clause 1. This bill has come about regardless of the content of the bill or the merits of the bill itself. The way this bill has been introduced to this House has been troubling at best. I'll just remind the House, it's been a long time since we've been on this bill. It was introduced and had second reading pretty quickly, went to law amendments where none of the health regulators could be at law amendments, except for the representatives from the Regulated Health Professions Network. They were the only ones because all the health regulators, or many of them, were at a conference across the country and so weren't able to appear and weren't able to make submissions with the very, very tight timeline that was afforded them and afforded anyone. So the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professionals Network did make a submission, which is really big, with tons and tons of amendments, and I understand that there are amendments going to be coming forth from the government on this bill, but I just want to speak to that in and of itself for a moment. So if there are this many amendments, sorry, I guess I'm using a prop right now, but at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 amendments coming from the government on its own bill, Mixed Chair, that says to me, and I hope many people, that possibly the bill wasn't properly thought out in the first place or properly drafted in the first place and should not be being debated at this time. It seems nonsensical to me that we would actually be receiving, I mean, you know, listen, when the government presents amendments on bills, I'm like surprised and generally pleased because it means that they've been listening, which is true. There has been some back and forth, presumably, with the health regulation, with the Regulated Health Professionals Network and the government on this, but it still seems a little bit upside down world bananas, to be honest. I also understand that even with the amendments that the government is bringing forward, that many of the health regulators do not think that this bill should be going forward right now because they haven't had a chance to properly examine the bill, figure out what it means for their regulatory body, their organization, what it means for the health and wellness of Nova Scotians, what it means for healthcare practitioners in general, and it's just too rushed. No one got to make a presentation at law amendments. This is bad for democracy. This is bad for lawmaking. This idea of pushing bills through and forcing them through this process that we have is just bad lawmaking, mixed chair. And the idea that there was a zero consultation in advance of this bill, that this bill came as a surprise to the regulators of the healthcare professions is frankly unbelievable. Just last session, we had a bill that threw all of the health professions, health regulatory bodies for a loop. At that time, there was major upset at law amendments. We heard from almost every regulatory body in the province about how bad that bill was and how well, there were good things about it, but that, you know, had they only been asked, that there would have been a number of suggestions to make the bill stronger and to protect the health and well-being of Nova Scotians. And this is what is at the crux of this. When we rush laws, even if it's in the name of more, faster, better healthcare faster, there can be unintended and unwanted consequences. And when we're talking about health regulations and health professionals regulations, then that can be pretty serious. And as we heard at law amendments on the previous bill, it can mean the matter of the difference between life and death. And so I rise to say that this bill is deeply flawed. We might fix some of it in this session, excuse me, this session of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. But even then, there has not been enough scrutiny by the people and by the organizations that are affected by this piece of legislation to warrant it passing right now. So with that, Mixed Chair, I will take my seat and may have more to say on individual clauses. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. It's great to speak here at Committee of the Whole to Bill 323, the Regulated Health Professionals Act. As we heard from the clerk earlier, obviously this is a big bill, complex bill, 241 clauses in total. As the member for Dartmouth North was alluding to, it's been some time since law amendments, and so my memory is a bit fuzzy on these points, but I know that this piece of legislation contemplates a couple of dozen regulated healthcare professionals, regulated health professions, and obviously everyone working in those professions is dedicated to the health and wellness of Nova Scotians. And this is something that is familiar and important to me in my own life. My mom was a physio for about 30 years. My sister's a pharmacist. So these professions and the work and dedication and self-regulation that these professions have acquired and accrued over decades, many decades in some cases, is something that they take very seriously in general, that they're very proud of, and that they, I think, are rightly suspicious of, maybe, if there are going to be big sweeping changes. And I think the submissions that we heard at law amendments from the Regulated Health Professionals Network that the member for Dartmouth North referenced really laid that out, laid out the concerns, because when you're dealing with a couple of dozen professions, that's a lot. And when you're dealing with a couple of dozen professions in the health field, which is of course complex, technical, extremely important in terms of a health and wellness point of view, you need to do it right and you need to do it carefully. And I worry perhaps that that isn't happening in this case. And as we heard, the evidence of that is in the fact that we see over a dozen amendments here, I think 14 amendments to this bill, which obviously we just got these in our desk a few minutes ago, so it's hard to judge them yet, but my assumption is that they are going to be good, reasonable amendments that the various professions have asked for and have raised to the government. So whenever we do see government amendments, as the member for Dartmouth North said, it is rare, but it's usually a sign of good things. And so I hope that is the case here with these 14 amendments. But as I said, when you're dealing with a couple of dozen professions in a really wide range of fields, everything from dietitians to physios to pharmacists and medical technologists and so many others dealing with health in the broadest sense of the term, but that can mean so many different things. There's a million variables here that I don't think have been adequately assessed yet. And so I think the process in this case has probably been a bit rushed, and that's not unique to this bill. As the member referenced, the law amendments process is verging on non-functional, in my view. If you look at any other jurisdiction in the country, and most jurisdictions around the world, they would be shocked, I think, when the process for law amendments is explained, where respondents have a day, sometimes 12 hours to show up. They get 10 minutes of speaking time and 5 minutes of questions, as long as there's less than 8 of them, which I don't know where that standard comes from. It seems rather arbitrary. It is arbitrary, but that's the world we live in. And I think this bill is a really good example of the shortfalls of our law amendments process. And to be fair, it is not unique to this government. I didn't think it worked the previous 8 years before the last election either. I don't think it's been working for quite some time. And it's something that needs to change. I think we all hopefully recognize that point where a bill of this magnitude and of this complexity and in a lot of ways technical information, you know, in a perfect world, to me, that should be referred to a health committee that has the mandate to call expert witnesses, to take time, not a handful of hours, I'm talking a few days. You know, I know in the Scottish Parliament, for example, that a bill has to be in committee for at least 5 days to be discussed. So that gives you a sense of what other jurisdictions see as standard procedure, and we unfortunately don't. And I think this bill really highlights the negative consequences of having a broken law amendment system in this province, which has been going on, as I said, at least as long as I've been paying close attention to this chamber, which is coming on close to a decade now. And it's hard for members as well. It's really hard for stakeholders, but it's difficult for members. Of course, as I said, we had 14 amendments from the government that just arrived on our desks 20 minutes ago. They're not easy to read, and that's not anyone's fault. That's just the nature of how they're written. It's hard to follow what each amendment does or does not do and how each amendment impacts the overall bill and the intent, which we understand from the government's arguments on this bill. The idea is to have more healthcare professionals working in our system. And of course, we all want that. We all want to have more healthcare professionals across the gamut of those professions working in the system as soon as possible. Of course, there is a really important balance to be struck, particularly in the healthcare field, when we're dealing with issues of life and death and pharmaceuticals and all these different things. It's really important to know that the people we interact with as Nova Scotians have all of the necessary training and skills and qualifications. And that doesn't mean, I'm not arguing that we need to hold everything up and we should give carte blanche to regulators to do whatever they want and to really slow things down, because I know that there are real world impacts to this kind of over licensing, I might say. One of the most memorable conversations I had during my election campaign two plus years ago was with a Egyptian man, heart surgeon from Egypt, lives in my riding, spent 25 plus years practicing as a heart surgeon in Egypt. And at that point in time, he had been 2.5 to 3 years, I believe, in Nova Scotia trying to get licensed, and all of his tests and standards and everything, and it was tens of thousands of dollars and 2.5 to 3 years of his life. And this was a man who at that point in time was in his early 50s. You know, maybe he doesn't want to go through 3 years and $20,000 of that. Maybe he'd rather go back home, in an extreme example, or not work in that field, which is a real loss to the province, because obviously heart surgeons don't grow on trees. We need as many of those as we can get. And so that conversation and that discussion I had with that man definitely sticks with me. And so I do agree with the government's perspective, in the sense that we do need to find ways to expedite licensing for healthcare professionals. But I think we could also do it in a way that is much more collaborative and transparent, not just between the three parties here in the House, but most importantly with the stakeholders and with the experts. Because we, as MLAs, you know, our knowledge base, I often tell people, it has to be a mile wide and an inch thick. We get elected, and all of a sudden we're asked questions about healthcare and forestry and mining and community services and environmental regulations. And it's a tall order to get up to speed on all those issues very quickly. And health regulation is certainly one of those that, unless you have some kind of specialized knowledge or experience, and I know we have members in the chamber who do, but if you don't, and most of us don't, it certainly requires a great deal of time and effort and attention to understand the issues and the implications. And I don't think we were given that opportunity as opposition members, and certainly stakeholders, most importantly, were not given that opportunity. Now, given the fact that there are amendments before us here, clearly I can assume there's been some kind of dialogue between the Department of Health and Wellness and the various regulated professions. So that's, I assume, has been going on behind the scenes since this bill was introduced and came to law amendments, which was some time ago. I'm losing track of time now. It's been a few weeks since this bill was at law amendment. So obviously there's something going on, and I hope that the minister will give us a sort of a breakdown of how that additional consultation and feedback has progressed, and what the couple of dozen health professionals and regulated professions have put forward, what changes were approved, and what changes are not going to be followed. Because as the member for Dartmouth North pointed out, the submission that we got from the Regulated Health Professionals Network was a big one. It was very substantial, very detailed, and laid out their perspective on where the shortfalls and the pitfalls in this particular piece of legislation were. And this is one of those issues, professional licensing, I guess, that we just kind of accept and hope someone else is taken care of. It's like when you get on a plane, you assume that the pilot and the co-pilot know what they're doing. Or when you get on a boat, you make sure you assume that the person driving the boat knows what they're doing. And when you go into a doctor's office, or you go to see a pharmacist, or you do a consultation with a dietitian, you assume that that person has the level of expertise that's required to help you with what can often be difficult, personal, sensitive, and stressful issues, because we all know that health and the lack of it is one of the greatest triggers for stress and anxiety and worry that any person can have. So that level of comfort, that level of understanding, that we accept that all of these professionals do have the appropriate licensing and training is absolutely critical. And I know that there's a great demand for healthcare professionals from around the world to come to Nova Scotia and practice. I was at the Nova Scotia College of Nursing a couple of months ago, maybe it was a few months ago now. That College of Nursing is in my riding, and Minister Fraser, at the time he was the Minister of Immigration still, federally, was there to announce a new stream, new process for health professionals, nurses in particular, to apply to Nova Scotia, to Canada, and to Nova Scotia as well. And when I was there, this had been, I think, 24 hours since the system had opened up. And I don't recall the exact number, but there had been thousands, excuse me, Mixed Chair, there had been thousands of applications from around the world for nurses who had wanted to come to Nova Scotia and practice. And that's a great thing. Nobody's disputing that. Many from all different parts of the world who are coming here, who will have good quality jobs and will be certainly very productive members of society for a long period of time. So we know the demand is there, and the question is, how do we take that demand from all of our different healthcare professionals and maximize it so that the demand is, the people end up in the right place, they're properly qualified, and there aren't questions from the public about the expertise of any person that might be seeing them. Because trust, as we all know, trust is a very fragile thing, and once it's broken, it's really hard to get back. And so we certainly wouldn't want to see a situation where there's an isolated incident where someone perhaps has not been properly vetted or accredited in the province, and something terrible happens to a patient, to a fellow Nova Scotian. That can really, even if it's a 1 in a million situation, and it's bad luck more than anything in many cases, that can really erode trust, that can really erode confidence in the system, that can lead Nova Scotians to wonder, you know, who's looking after me, because I don't have the expertise or the interest, of course, to, you know, understand what healthcare regulation for health professionals is all about, and we shouldn't expect that of Nova Scotians. That's the job of the government and of the self-regulated professions to do that. And self-regulated professions, as I said, have a long, illustrious history of doing everything they can to make sure that they are self-governing, self-policing in many cases if there is an incident, and that system has worked, I would say, in general, for a long period of time. Is there need for change? There probably is, because our province is experiencing the highest population growth we've seen in many decades, and that puts increased strain on our healthcare system, first and foremost, especially because even though our population is growing and the average age of the province is stagnant or hopefully getting younger over the next period of time, we still have one of the older populations in Canada. And as baby boomers, you know, people my parents' age in their 60s and early 70s, as they start to get older over the next 5 to 10 years, of course, that places increased strain, cost, and burden on what is already an overstretched healthcare system. And so we need to have as many of the thousands and thousands of healthcare professionals that want to come to Nova Scotia. We need to attract as many of those as possible, particularly because, as we've heard from the Premier and the Premiers who've been here over the last few days, it does appear there is a consensus emerging in the country that we don't want to be poaching health professionals from one another. The argument being, I assume, that is a counterproductive, and I accept the logic of that. So if we aren't going to be actively recruiting much or at all in the future from other provinces, international recruitment becomes even more important, and retention as well. And to have a functional, self-regulated professional system for all of the new healthcare professionals is even more important if most new health professionals, or many new health professionals, are going to be coming from other countries where the standards might be different, where the experiences might be different, and making sure that that playing field is as level as possible, I think is something that we're going to be dealing with more and more over the next few years and into the next decade here in Nova Scotia. So my concerns with this bill essentially are the intent, I think, makes sense. As I said at the beginning, the intent is getting more health professionals into the system faster. Okay, we can accept that. But the process to get here leaves a great deal behind, and we know that to fully implement a piece of legislation as complex as this will take months and months, and in some cases years, to filter through the system of 15 to 20 plus self-regulated professions. As we heard at Law Amendments, the Regulated Health Professionals Network only had 1 day to consider this bill from the time of introduction, or from second reading, I should say, to law amendments. And that is just not enough, as we know, especially when we're dealing with a technical area. And we know that this bill is modeled after different health acts, like the Nursing Act, for example. Some parts of this bill are transferable to other health professions, some are not. So those parts that are transferable, that can, fit the round peg into the round hole, that's great. But in a lot of cases, there's not easy transferability between the professions. And so to have one big umbrella piece of legislation leaves room for error or oversight or a lack of clarity, which I can only assume is the reason why we see 14 amendments coming from the government, everything from Clause 2 all the way down to Clause 171 on this bill, which I think is a sign or an admission on the part of the government that things were overlooked in the initial phase. And so why not take some more time to do that? And the logic, the argument from the government side could be, well, we're trying to do things faster. We need people here yesterday, so let's just get on with it. But if you make mistakes in the early stages, it's like the minister said earlier about the QE2 redevelopment in question period. He said, we don't want to dig holes just to dig holes. If we don't have the design right, if we don't have the plan right, then we're going to end up doing more harm by just plowing ahead. And so that logic, I guess, based on what the minister said, applies to the QE2 redevelopment, but perhaps it doesn't apply to this bill, because I think there are still some open questions that need to be answered. And this is kind of the approach that we've seen with this government on a whole host of issues, whether it's regulated health professions, whether it's housing. It's a very much one-size-fits-all sledgehammer approach when something a little more delicate might be required. We don't see that. We see a very heavy-handed approach from this government, which unfortunately, I believe, will probably lead to unintended consequences down the line, and it might not be 3 months from now. It might be 3 years from now that the problems that stem from a piece of legislation like this might not even, like I say, they might not be obvious until several years from now. And then at that point, it becomes almost impossible to work backwards and reverse engineer a problem and say, where did this problem come from? Oh, it's actually because the Regulated Health Professionals Act was not clear in Clause 210. That's a very difficult mental exercise that we don't want to do. We want to make sure that we get it right the first time and avoid makeup work after the fact, because that is more expensive, more dangerous, more time consuming, and more difficult. And as I said, will erode trust in Nova Scotians in the government and in the healthcare system in general, which is certainly not the place that we want to be. And so the issues around law amendments, a lack of time for stakeholders to respond to this, or many of them weren't even in the province, might have had one business day to respond, is just not a model or a process that is going to lead to good outcomes. And that is actually a really important distinction that we often overlook when we're talking about government, which is process versus outcome. And this comes up a lot in sports, actually. Basketball, which is my favorite sport. Process versus outcome. If somebody takes a three-quarter court shot, that's a bad process. You shouldn't do that. The odds of you making that are less than 1%, let's say. But if you make it, everybody's happy. Crowd cheers, people go crazy in the stands, and yet it's a bad process. Just because the outcome is good doesn't mean the process was good. And the other 99 times when you shoot a three-quarter court shot, you miss. And that's what's going to happen. So applying that framework to regulated health professions, if the outcome we want is more health professionals working in Nova Scotia, agree, good outcome that we want. The question we have to ask ourselves is, what is the best and most efficient process to make sure that we do that over and over and over again? And that's what good process is. It's repetition. It's doing the same thing every time you do something. That's what leads to consistent outcomes. Every once in a while you can get lucky and you make that three-quarter court shot, but most of the time you miss. And so what we are asking for in this piece of legislation, what I think the members of the NDP caucus and the member for Dartmouth North laid out, some of the very similar concerns that I'm raising here. And when we get a chance to hear from the minister, my hope is that through these 14 amendments that the government has put forward for this particular bill, we will also kind of have more of an understanding and shed a little bit more light on what these changes are, what effect they are expected to have, and of the regulated health professional bodies that were consulted, how many of them signed off on these amendments, how many of them supported these amendments, how many of these amendments flowed directly from the submission that the Regulated Health Professionals Network made at law amendments, which again, if we had had 2 or 3 or 4 days at law amendments, and I'm not saying the full days, a few hours each day, if we had had that amount of time to discuss this bill at law amendments, I think we would all be in a better place now. I think the opposition members would be happier. We would have a better perspective on what the government's rationale was. The stakeholders, I believe, would feel more confident in the outcome because the process to get us there was transparent and fulsome and comprehensive. Because when we're dealing with health, which is complex, when we're dealing with a bill that has 241 clauses, I think, when we're dealing with a piece of legislation that will affect a couple of dozen regulated health professions, there is no room, there is no margin for error. It's just not the kind of thing that you can have oversights on. I know there's lots of pieces of legislation that this House has passed that have basically sat unamended for decades in many cases. I remember amending the Motor Vehicle Act. Some sections of it hadn't been amended since the 30s. And okay, those sections were irrelevant. When you're dealing with a piece of legislation like this, there are really no sections, there are no pieces of it that will not be relevant for many, many, many years to come. And so when you're dealing with something of that kind of potential gravity, potential seriousness, certain complexity, I think it puts an obligation and an onus on the government members, on the minister, on the department, to shine the light on the piece of legislation, explain very, very clearly what changes are being proposed, why they're being proposed, what effect they will have, so that we can have confidence in the system. And I know that there is a lot of uncertainty out there for people in the healthcare system. We know there's 150,000 people or so who don't have a family doctor, and they have concerns, they have issues, they have questions that they want to raise. And so I think part of what we will do here today during the debate on this bill will be to have some of those questions answered. And I think that's all we can ask for as members of the opposition, is to have a chance to hear from government what proposed changes will do and how this piece of legislation will actually ensure that all of our regulated health professions, self-regulated health professions in Nova Scotia, get a chance to be a part of this. Because we know that when this bill is passed, control over regulations and licensing in many cases will shift from the, let's say, the College of Physicians and Surgeons in the case of doctors, to cabinet. And that's something I think we all need to be leery of, because as smart as any cabinet member might be, many don't have experience as physicians. I don't think any do in the case of physicians. And so putting all that control and power into the hands of cabinet is questionable. It leads to concerns around process and decision-making, similar to what we see on housing policy, where all control is going into one minister. At least in this case, decision-making power is being vested in cabinet, which means that there will be orders in council, which means that there will be at least some record of decision-making, but it still gives me pause. It obviously gives the Regulated Health Professionals Network pause, and it should give pause to Nova Scotians who are considering what the future of healthcare looks like. And I think that future is uncertain. That future is in flux. We hear often from the government about access points for healthcare, but we hear less about attachment, which is really what people are looking for. There's no doubt. I was at the doctor's office 4 hours ago, and I'm lucky in the sense that I have a family doctor, but there were lots of people there who came through looking for a family doctor while I was there. There have been people there who've been waiting a couple of hours already, and that's a huge disruption to their daily routine, to their schedule. And so there is a lot of uncertainty out there, a lot of anxiety around what healthcare is going to look like for Nova Scotians over the next number of years. This piece of legislation, if properly constructed, if given the fullness of debate and time, if given the fullness of feedback from expert witnesses and stakeholders, and there's no shortage of those. We know there's thousands and thousands of health professionals in Nova Scotia who are willing and able to give their ideas to government. That's why the government has done many healthcare summits and tours. That's the rationale, I think, is that there's a lot of smart people in healthcare, and we should take the time to listen to them. And I think this is a perfect example of where we should be doing more of that. So as I said, Mixed Chair, I am looking forward to hearing the minister's comments as it relates to the amendments and what improvements they might make. But I do think there are still major questions around the process of this bill and whether or not it will actually lead to the outcomes we all want, which is more health professionals working in Nova Scotia as soon as possible. So thank you, Mixed Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to take a few minutes to talk about this, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Bedford South, and I'll just highlight some of the comments that we heard through law amendments, and we heard it from a few of the speakers today. That and anytime you see changes like this come, and you see a number of amendments coming forward from the government, it's important to debate the bill, because we have recommendations coming from all sides, and governments do that. They'll make changes to the bill based on what they're hearing or circumstances that may arise, and it's important, and it's important for the future of healthcare that if you're going to bring this forward, you want to make sure that you do your best to get it right the first time. And what we heard a lot of amendments from the network that represents all the healthcare regulators, that while they did have some consultation, Speaker, with the department, that they did not receive a draft for the actual legislation to review or give feedback on, which is problematic. Whether it's this bill or other departments or dealing with other levels of government, this can be problematic. We saw it with the relationship with the HRM when the bill came forward, and HRM did not have any opportunity to even see the bill or hear about it, and look what happened, right? You're into a public fight and concerns about jurisdictional overstep by the provincial government into the municipality. So you're kind of on a similar trajectory here, in the sense that well, in that case, there was no consultation at all. The mayor found out the night before that it was actually coming. But in this case, they did have some consultation. So, I'll give the department that, and I'm sure the minister will respond to this when the time comes. But you had some consultation, and really all they're asking for is maybe a little bit more time for the actual legislation to review and give feedback on. As I said, you want to make sure that you do it right, and that it's not a piecemeal approach to the consultation, and that the folks that are actually going to be working on the regulations, they're working in conjunction with these groups to make sure that when the final product is ready to be presented, that it's good. Some of the other feedback we've heard from law amendments as well is that there are some small mistakes that could have been avoided when they were actually drafting this, and maybe some of that will come through in the amendments from the government, which we'll see. That they could have been avoided to actually show the legislation with the regulators of the network. It doesn't make sense if you'd want to consult and then not show the final product. So again, it just and I think maybe we may see some of that in the amendments that come forward. But it seems to be a consistent theme, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the bill, that folks receive some consultation, but it would have been much better if they could have seen the final product as the professionals that it will affect before it came to the floor of the legislature. So, as well, some of the other comments that we heard that. And it's something that we've kind of talked about as caucus too, is we know that the piece of legislation is going to take some time to complete. And it's very complex. There's a number of steps to it. We would argue that, it's okay to take some more time on this. We heard from law amendments that maybe a little more time would be beneficial. That's more coming from the stakeholders of law amendments than it is coming from our caucus or anybody within here. Is that this is a legislation that has a number of clauses in it, but it's important as we move forward and we start looking at the recruitment and the retention of medical professionals in our community and the standards that they will abide by. And as we know, because we have medical professionals coming from all over the world that we're trying to recruit to come to work here, and there's lots of opportunity. People see Nova Scotia as a great place to live if they can find a place to live, which is a debate for another bill and another day. We'll stick to this bill, Mr. Speaker, but as we said, there was a number there was a number of concerns that came forward from law amendments. Again, first and foremost, the health regulators were consulted with the department but did not receive a draft of the actual legislation to review and give feedback on. And maybe that is, as I said, maybe that has happened. And maybe that's where some of the amendments are coming forward from the government. As I said, the network's also indicating that they've only had one day to consider it, where many of them were actually away, so they couldn't present at law amendments, which is unfortunate because there's multiple sittings of law amendments during a legislative session. So government could have looked at the following week for this to make sure that they knew that if they knew a lot of the regulators were going to be away, that would be giving a lot of the feedback to the consultation. They could have did it a week later. But a lot of them were away. They never had the chance to present at law amendments, which again, probably could have resulted in more amendments coming to this bill, Mr. Speaker. We also know that it's modeled after the Nursing Act, and some clauses of the bill are transferable to other professions, but some may not be. So again, that's something that we've picked up as well throughout the debate and our review of the bill, which and each regulator has not had consultation on which provisions are not transferable. And that's another huge issue when you come to the bill. And I said, government has a number of amendments coming. So we're going to wait to hear what they have to say. And again, as indicated, there was only one day, really, of consultation that was given. And if we want to make sure as a government, we're in the opposition, but of course, when you're looking at this stuff and you're looking at laws that are going to regulate our medical professionals, we want to make sure that it's the best that it can be. We want to make sure that we all play our part in ensuring that we can strengthen legislation to support medical professionals here in the community and communities across the province. And it's no different than, multiple governments have done over their mandates when it comes to the investments that they make around certain professions and the regulations that they put in to make sure that there's accountability and support and adequate training for folks that are coming to work here and support Nova Scotians and their families. There's a student clause in this too as well that works for nurses, maybe not for all. The network needs to ensure that there is no unintended consequences or risks to public regarding the provision of this act. So that's interesting too as well. We'll hear a little bit more about that from the government, I'm sure, as we go. But that was something else that was brought up. And again, this whole idea of around collaboration, and I think some of these things could have been avoided if there was more consultation and more time given and the ability for many of the regulators that will be impacted by this to actually present at law amendments to bring these concerns forward. And as I said, safety always remains the top priority, and the government, we don't want the government pushing legislation through if legislation may not be supported by stakeholders. And again, this goes back to the proper consultation. This is something that the regulators aren't rejecting completely. This is just saying, hey, we only had one day to consult. We never saw the final product to provide feedback. There are a number of clauses in the bill that are a concern for professionals in the area, and take the time to get it right. Everybody understands what the government's trying to do here. You've seen bills like this in the past come forward for other professions, and in this case, you're looking at something as substantive as this. Is that you want to make sure that feedback is given and that everybody's comfortable with the ability to support this. Not only in here as ultimately. Folks who will, as MLAs, but excuse me, the ones that will impact the most. So I'm going to just close off with that for now. I'm sure you'll hear from more of my colleagues. But again, ultimately, I just want to get on my feet for a few minutes, just talk about the consultation side of it. Obviously, there's some concerns around consultation. Many of the folks that this will impact were away at the time of law amendments. I would argue that the government could have waited just a week in the House session to hold the law amendments on this particular bill. That would have allowed many of these folks who are away to participate. As we know, there's a number of amendments coming to this bill, so I'll stop there and we'll hear more from my colleagues.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mixed Chair, it's my pleasure now to rise and speak to this bill, the Regulated Health Professions Act, Bill number 323. And a number of my colleagues have spoken to this particular bill already. And I think sort of, everybody is sort of underlining the same concerns, that this appears to have been a rush job. We have some professions that have been consulted with initially, but not in a significant way once we have a draft bill. In fact, and so it's a piecemeal approach. And like so much of what we do in here, the devil is in the details, really. There's often, broad statements, and then we get the regulations later. But there's a lot of, the regulated professions actually came to law amendments with a lot of concerns around this particular bill. So I would like to make sure that my colleagues here in the House understand what they actually said. So the group that came to law amendments to speak about this and did a multiple-page submission is the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, which I will refer to as the network when we're talking. And so this network will be created by statute, created by the statute that brings together the 21 health regulators in the province. And they want to be really clear that they actually support the goals and the objectives of Bill 323. They view the objectives of the Act to be the following: to achieve consistency across the regulation of health professions, to modernize many of the statutes that haven't been updated for many years to reflect current expectations of regulators, to improve the transparency and accountability of regulators to the public, and then to utilize resources efficiently to make sure that professions of all sizes benefit from consistent, effective regulation. And we believe that these are important objectives, and the network, I can tell you, is pleased to see some progress is being made through the bill, but they do have some concerns. They say up front that they really appreciate that the government did consult with it, and they indicate that they actually provided considerable feedback about this bill to the Department of Health and Wellness on the concepts that they had the initial discussions on. But having a discussion about concepts and then actually getting down to the nitty-gritty are two different things. We may all agree that we want peace in our time, but we may have different definitions of what peace in our time is. We may have different expectations for how people will behave in a peaceful way. So again, the devil is in the details, and just having a broad agreement of, yes, we want to be peaceful doesn't mean that we're all going to get there in the same way or even agree on what the end result is. And in fact, the network notes, and they have a however in there, and that's always the crux of things in here. We agree with this, however, they say, that consultation on concepts is very different from being able to see and review the specific sections and wording of the proposed legislation. And they go on to note that the bill is lengthy. I mean, we see a lot of bills come through this place that are a page long. This bill is 63 pages long. So it is not, you know, a two-pager, as one would expect. Of course it's going to be long. We've got a whole bunch, 21 health regulators all coming together, so you would expect that it would not be a small piece of legislation, and so that's a good thing that, in fact, it is there is a detailed look. And in fact, the regulators go on to note that, and I quote, "It is complex," end quote. 21 existing regulated health professions and requires amendments to 46 separate statutes. 46. So all of those tentacles from all of those regulators go out into other bills. 46 separate bills. And they acknowledge that the bill represents a generational opportunity to improve how the regulation of health professions actually operates in this province. And they go on to note that it's important to do that, and we agree. And then they note, but however, the however again, however, it is important to get it right. And we agree with that. It's important to get it right. Because if we're here, that's part of our job. It's not just to pass bills, it's to make sure we pass the right bills and to make sure we give adequate thought and time when these bills are presented to us, to ensure that we are not creating unintended consequences. And I think, you know, that's the thing as legislators we often worry a lot about. Will there be unintended consequences? Because while most of us in this house are not health professionals, there are a few who are, but we all remember the Hippocratic Oath, first do no harm. We have to make sure as legislators, even though we're not health professionals, we have to make sure that we're not creating harm when we are in fact passing legislation. So the submission from the regulated health professionals goes on to note that the legislation, the framework of it is such that the Regulated Health Professions Act is the foundational act under which all the regulated health professions will be regulated through a series of regulations, some that apply to all the professions, and some regulations that will apply only to particular professions. And these regulations will unfold over roughly the next 3-year period. So even were this House to pass this bill this week, and it were to receive royal assent, there would still be a lot of work that has to come. And the regulators note that those regulations will only be as good as the statutory foundation that permits those regulations to be made. So like most things, we have to have a good foundation. We don't want to build a house on quicksand. Wise man builds his house upon a rock, all of that stuff. We want to make sure that we are, in fact, creating the proper foundation for all of those other regulations to go forward and ensure that Nova Scotians enjoy the protection and the competence that comes from those regulators regulating the various health professions that they are charged with regulating. And they go on to note that regulations cannot override the act. So I think, you know, what they're telling us very clearly is they want to ensure that the foundation upon which all of those other regulations that will result from this particular act, that's got to be a solid foundation, because you can't fix with regulations what you've messed up in legislation. And they go on to note that only a small number of sections in the Act are intended to come into effect upon royal assent. The bulk, they note, will take years. And so their question is, and I quote, "So why the rush?" And then they note that it is critical, and they use that word critical, that the 21 regulated health professions that will be impacted by this legislation are afforded a reasonable opportunity. That's what they're asking for, a reasonable opportunity to properly review, analyze, and consider whether the provisions as drafted will enable the type of regulatory regime that's contemplated and which is supported. And they go on to say, look, time has not been our friend. They have not, they feel they've gotten the bum's rush. Network participants only had 1 day to consider the bill, and they said this is simply not sufficient in the context of such impactful legislation. They go on to note that the Act is modeled on the Nursing Act, which was designed for nurses, hence the name. While many of the sections of the Nursing Act are transferable to other regulators, some may not be, and time has not permitted these regulators to time is not permitted to have the department consult with each regulator to determine which provisions may not be directly transferable. So they had a simple ask, was for time. They said, give the time that's needed by the network and each of its regulators to address this complex legislation, again, more than 60 pages, in a way that will enable it to fulfill its objectives and the government's objectives. 1 business day is not enough. And as some of my colleagues have noted, that 1 business day wasn't just any business day. It was a day when most of the regulators were actually on the other side of the country attending a conference on regulation. So it's not, I mean, was that intended? Did they not know that people were at this conference? I knew there was a conference on, but I have a friend who's in the regulation business. But you got to wonder how much consultation has actually gone on if you don't even know that there's a massive conference where most of your regulators are on the other side of the country, and you drop this big piece of legislation, this all-encompassing, life-altering piece of legislation, and everybody who's going to want to look at it is 4 time zones away. And so you could understand why people might be a little, I don't know, suspicious about the fact that that happened. I'm not saying the regulators said they were suspicious. I'm just saying people with suspicious minds might be suspicious. And so then they go on to note a number of areas where there are some concerns. Around the issue of students, they note that Section 62 bracket 3, bracket A, permits students to practice without any form of licensing as long as the student's school has authorized such a practice. And they note that that works for nurses, and that's good. But they hadn't had time to canvass all members of the network to determine if it works for the 20 other professions. It's a significant delegation of authority for a regulator to say if a school permits, a student can engage in practice. Again, that term that I just used, unintended consequences, that's what they say here. The network needs to ensure there are no unintended consequences or risks to the public regarding a provision of this nature. Again, unintended consequences. First, do no harm. And then goes on to note time to complete a professional conduct decision. And I found this one interesting because I think, you know, we have been talking about the provision of justice and the Jordan Principle and ensuring that people get justice within a specified time. And so this particular provision within the legislation aims to indicate that there will be a specified time for all of the professions to actually provide that decision. Subsection 103E requires a professional conduct committee to issue its decision within 30 days of the conclusion of the hearing. So it goes on to note that most of the matters that actually reach the professional conduct committee stage are complex, and they can often involve questions of law, including the application of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Some hearings last a day. Others can last several days. Others can go on for several weeks or even months. And that committee members, this isn't their only thing that they do. They serve this role while they're usually occupying full-time positions as health professionals. So in addition to being very busy health professionals, and we've all heard about how busy health professionals are these days, they also sit on this particular committee, the Professional Conduct Committee, and they have to hear the case, and then they have to make a decision and write their supporting reasoning and all of that for it. And they have 30 days in which to do it. They go on to note that they feel that 30 days is not a realistic timeline. And then they go on to note, given the expectations set by our courts to provide detailed reasons for all these decisions that must stand up by to judicial scrutiny. So it's not just good enough saying, we think you made a mistake, and that's it. You have to provide the reasons why, you have to write it out, and it needs to be able to stand up. If this case ends up in court, and a judge has to decide this. So it's no off-the-cuff particular thing. It's something that will require research. It is something that will require writing skills. And it's also being done by a committee. So then there's that as well. Because sometimes when we make decisions by committee, it can be a little more complicated because we have to ensure that we're all rowing in the same direction. And then it goes on to note that ministerial authority to issue direction to regulators. This is another area where they feel further time and work is needed. And it says, Section 20.1 provides that the minister, with the approval of governor and council, may direct how a regulatory body must exercise its mandate if it is in the public interest to do so. or where the directive would provide for matters related to health, safety, or quality assurance in the practice of the profession. And when I read that, and then I looked at the next line, I thought it's like they're kind of offended by the suggestion that they wouldn't do that, that is a normal matter of business. And in fact, so they go on to say, everything regulatory bodies do is in the interest of health, safety, or quality assurance in the practice of the profession. So this type of enabling provision is exceptionally broad. There's a further section, 20.4, and it says that it does helpfully provide that the minister may not issue direction related to specific registrants in the professional conduct, reinstatement, or fitness to practice process, but makes no mention of individual registrants or applicants involved in the registration or licensing process. And they go on to say that that omission, no mention of individual registrants or applicants involved in the registration or licensing process. That omission is very concerning to regulators. That's their term, very concerning. Is it an error, they ask, or is it intentional? What is intended by this omission? And they go on to say, it is of concern to members of the network that this omission exists to enable the minister to override the criteria established by regulators to ensure applicants meet specific registration and licensing criteria. Again, the network is unsure whether this is a drafting error or is it intentional. And we have to ask that. Is it an oversight? Or did the drafters know exactly what they were doing? And do they want the minister to have the ability to override the registrars for any given profession? And then another area where they are concerned is about the whole issue of coming into force, when this bill will actually take effect. And they note Section 167 states Sections 16 to 22 apply to an existing regulator. In other words, for these professions, the sections come into effect on royal assent. But then they go on, and we have that word however again. However, these sections use words that are defined in such a way to suggest they cannot apply. For example, they refer to, quote, regulatory bodies, unquote, which are defined to be those designated under regulations made under Section 4, which will not be in effect as of the date of royal assent. So, it's like being half pregnant. Accordingly, they go on to say, there is significant confusion and uncertainty regarding which sections will actually be able to be in place as of the date of royal assent. And then they go on to note there's a whole issue of cost to regulators. Finally, sections 20, 21, and 22 give significant authority for the minister and governor and council, what we all know as cabinet, to charge the costs of its intervention to the regulators themselves. And I underline this, despite such intervention not being at the regulator's request or within its control. So if the government decides to step in, they're going to do that, and they're also going to hand the regulator a bill. So even if the regulator didn't ask the government to step in, if they do it, they're going to have to pay for it. It's kind of like what was that negative billing that was a thing a few years ago with, I think, cable companies or something. They were going to charge you unless you told them not to charge them. Well, that's what the government will be doing here. And it goes on to further note that the principal source of revenue for regulators is the registration and licensing fees from their registrants. Costs for registration and licensing may need to rise to offset these potential new costs to be borne by the regulators. And so, they note, this will not be an incentive for health professionals to seek registration and licensing in the province. I mean, I will be happy to see some kind of a bill come in if it means that we'll actually get some accurate information about, you know, how many new nurses have actually been hired out of there was a big deal made earlier this summer that 16,000 nurses had been registered at the College of Nurses. We have put in FOIPOPs. No one knows how many have actually been hired to work in the health authorities. It's a mystery. So maybe at the end of this we'll be able to get some good and accurate and timely information out of the health authorities. But 2 FOIPOPs later, we got nada. And so the regulators have pointed out these particular areas where they think the network believes more time is needed to look at these individual sections, to collaborate and consult between regulators and the department on the wording, and to make the changes that will enable the Regulated Health Professionals Act to be the type of foundational legislation for change that this generational opportunity provides. They clearly want this bill. They just want meaningful consultation, not just conceptual consultation, but some nitty-gritty consultation. And they go on to say that they're actually prepared to work quickly with the department to improve these areas of the legislation before the end of the legislative session, as well as to review and correct several other discrete sections of the legislation that they haven't had time, they didn't even get time to discuss at law amendments, but which are set out in full in the appendix document attached to our submission, which I will talk a bit about because it also affects the bill. And they go on to note that the Department of Health and Wellness had issued a press release regarding the proposed act, and that the minister was quoted in the release stating the new legislation will allow regulators to, quote, quickly and efficiently change as needed. And then they go on to underline what is the effect of what the minister and what the act are trying to do. To be clear, they say, it will be a significant challenge to achieve the minister's goal of quick and efficient change if the anomalies the network has highlighted are not addressed now. They say something that we often paraphrase here: good legislation is made from collaboration and consultation. A bunch of Asian words, but they all together are needed to make good legislation. And they go on to say they support the objectives of the Act. And note that several regulators are actually already working on initiatives to achieve the same objectives as what the Department of Health is trying to do. But they note that additional time is needed to ensure the new legislative framework will work no matter the profession being regulated, that it will provide clarity and ease of administration and implementation, and benefit and protect the public. And they were pretty clear about that. An article from CBC that was posted after law amendments says, you know, once again, it's unintended consequences. That's what they're concerned about. They asked for more time to study Bill 323. And then it goes on to note, for the second time this year, the particular government, this government, is proposing changes the regulators object to or question. And despite the fact that you have regulators, you know, raising red flags and saying, we agree with the intent of the bill, we want the bill, we just need to work on the fine details. The minister said, no, it's going forward. The lawyer representing the network, Ryan Baxter, said there is simply not sufficient time in the context of such impactful legislation. And they keep asking the same thing. Why the rush? Why the rush? Only a small number of the sections in this act are intended to come into effect on royal assent, as I mentioned. The bulk of the provisions will take years to work their way through. And they'll only come into effect once the regulations are in fact made. So why the rush? Is it because they had to have something in the window to show that they actually did something for the 7 days that they wanted to sit here? And we would be long gone if the opposition parties hadn't stood up and said, no, we're not going to let you out of the House after 7 days. That's ridiculous. And the network, when they came to law amendments, they proposed more than 2 dozen changes to fix errors and irregularities in the bill. And so I'll go on and discuss some of those things that they want. In section 2 of definitions, approved education program, they suggest that it change from being defined as an education program approved by a regulatory body, but they would actually prefer that it said board that qualifies an applicant for registration in the regulated health profession governed by that regulatory body. And the rationale for that is that the current definition lacks clarity with respect to the approver of education programs. For clarity, they suggest that the words regulatory body are replaced with board. And the reason they're doing this is they say this change makes the approval consistent with other aspects of registration and licensing which are approved by the board. And they note, for example, subsection 12(1.L) or 1, I'm not sure which, of the Act. And then another place where they have some issue with, they take issue with the term designation, meaning a title authorized by regulations for use by a registrant. And their concern there is that designation actually appears to have 2 distinct meanings within the Act, both a scope of practice designation and a title. And they go on to say that a current definition of designation is not workable when the term is used to reference a scope of practice designation. So they go on to note, for example, if you consider the definition within the Act of scope of practice of the designation, end quote, which means the services authorized for practice by a registrant holding a particular designation. And so they suggest that we consider removing the definition of designation to avoid confusion. And then they go on to note that existing regulator means a college, board, council, or association of a health profession in the province that existed as a health profession regulator under legislation before becoming or becoming part of a regulatory body under the regulations under this Act. And so they just had some commas that they would add in there. That seems like a pretty easy change. But as we all know, commas can make a huge difference. You know, the old eats, shoots, and leaves. Is it a koala that comes in? Anyway, eats, shoots, and leaves. So commas are important. We've heard of lawsuits that have the misplacement of a comma can result in the awarding of a very different outcome if that comma is in a different place. So when I have a regulator that's suggesting we watch our commas, I always think that's a good idea. In terms of the issue of incompetence in relation to a registrant, means a lack of competence demonstrated in the registrant's care of a client or delivery of, and then they have struck out the word regulated, followed by health services that, having regard to all the circumstances, rendered the registrant unsafe to practice at the time of such care of the client or delivery of regulated health services, or that renders the registrant unsafe to continue in practice without remedial assistance. And so their concern about that particular definition, and so again, they want to strike out the word regulated. The definition of incompetence definition refers to delivery of, quote, regulated health services, not a term otherwise used in the Act and not defined. The term health service is used in the Act, particularly in definition of private health facility. So they go on to note that this suggests so-called regulated health services are something different from health services that may be provided in a private health facility without explaining the difference. Only the term health services should be used throughout the Act to avoid confusion. Unless, of course, they're looking for different things. They don't believe that in fact that's the case here. They are hoping that they're looking for consistency, and you can certainly understand why they would want consistency when dealing with an act of this complexity, again, bringing together 21 separate regulated health professions, bringing those together under one act. So you would understand why they would want to make sure that the same definition was used through, or the same term, I guess, was used throughout when dealing with a particular thing. If you are, in fact, going to start throwing in other terms, it can become confusing, or we might be talking about a different thing. So I think, you know, that makes sense. But they go on to note that further use of the term in this definition is problematic, as it would require a person to be providing regulated health services, end quote, before a finding of incompetence could be made. So, and then it goes on to discuss the term license. And it has a word that it wants struck out. So license, and this is in the definitions. License means a license issued under this Act to a registrant authorizing the registrant to engage in practice according with the terms of the license, and includes a conditional license and such other category of license as may be prescribed. They would like to have the word category struck out and categories substituted. And the reason for that is the singular use of the word category suggests there may be only one other category of license permitted. And further, if the Act is not to explicitly reference categories of licenses in the Act, references to conditional licenses should be removed. And then they go on to licensing sanction. And they just, there it's just misnumbering. which can happen when you're working on a bill of great complexity, as this bill is, over a period of time, which this no doubt was, and you have changes, and sometimes you miss, things get misnumbered, and sometimes you miss something. And so in this case, in the licensing sanction definition, it refers to Section 87, and in fact, they note it should be Section 89. And their rationale for that is this aspect of the definition of licensing sanction includes an incorrect section reference. The definition refers to Section 87, which deals with settlement agreements. The correct reference is to Section 89, which deals with interim action. So, makes sense. You can understand why they would want this changed. And then the next definition they have concerns about is regulatory processes. It says here, regulatory process means those processes conducted under this Act, the regulations, or bylaws by a statutory committee or the registrar. So they note that various processes within the Act, such as the initial registration and licensing process, are conducted by the registrar. Further, subsection 61B of the Act contains a duty for registrants to cooperate with respect to regulatory processes. This duty should include cooperation with the functions assigned to the registrar. And then they note, lastly, Section 136 of the Act creates a duty of confidentiality with respect to regulatory processes. The registrar has a significant role in receiving information in the complaints process. This information should be similarly protected, they note. And then we go on to board composition. And the submission notes that the Act contains several references to board composition. First, subsection 7.1 states that a board shall consist of at least 7 and not more than 11 persons. But then subsection 7.2 states that, subject to the regulations, the number of public representatives on the board must be as close to possible as to half of the board. Then subsection 12.1c states the board may make bylaws setting the number of members and composition of the board. So then further, you have subsection 13b that permits the governor and council to make regulations prescribing the number or percentage of public representatives on a board. So these overlapping provisions within the Act relating to board composition, particularly with respect to public representatives, well, they figure that's confusing. And just in that little bit that I talked about, it seems like it contradicted itself a bit. So they recommend these provisions be streamlined to enhance clarity regarding board composition. And then we go on to section 12, which is bylaw making authority of the board. So under proposed amendments, they're suggesting that of license be struck off of 12.1. Subject to this Act and the regulations, a board governs, controls, and administers the affairs of its regulatory body and may make bylaws, I think that's J, determining additional content of the registers and records to be kept for each licensing category and designation of license. So they've struck off of license there on the end of that one. And their rationale for that? There is no such thing as a designation of license. Reference should be to licensing category and designation. So it's just simplicity, I think, of use, making sure that correct terms are being used. Probably people who spend all their days thinking about this kind of thing took a look at it, saw a problem where perhaps a lawyer drafting them might not have. 12.2, where permitted under a regulation made under Clause 14C, the board may make bylaws, K, respecting the scope of practice, including expanded scope of practice as permitted by the regulators. And the rationale for their changes that they would like to see is that Section 40C of the Act permits a registrant to practice within any expanded scope of practice that may be approved by the registrar for the registrant in accordance with the process set out in the bylaws. However, the Act is silent with respect to bylaw making authority with respect to the process of expanded scope of practice. And they note that the word category is used elsewhere in the Act without reference to licensing category. This should be changed for clarity and consistency, and they say you can check out subsections 12.1, M, N, and AC. In addition, the following provisions should delete the reference to designation of license and refer only to category of license, subsections 36.5 and 37.3. Goes on to note the professional, under the issue of professional corporations, subsections 12.2b and C provide bylaw making authority with respect to both private health facilities and professional corporations. These are two separate and distinct regulatory matters that should not be combined into one bylaw making provision, they note. By combining them the two into the same sections, it suggests there's a relationship between the two, and it says these should be separated. Further, subsection 12.2g references bylaw making authority respecting the disposition of shares in a private corporation. It's unclear why this is here, they say, because the Act doesn't otherwise mention any authority over private corporations. And then it goes on to raise that issue again. Without the time to review this with the Department of Health and Wellness, again, they do not know if unintended consequences may be created. And then we go on to section 13, regulation making authority. So under proposed amendments in section 13, the Governor and Council, on the recommendation of the Minister after consultation with the existing regulators or regulatory bodies of the relevant professions, may make regulations, respecting the content and service of a notice of hearing for the professional conduct and fitness to practice processes. And so what they're suggesting is that we actually remove and fitness to practice and make processes into process. And their rationale for that is there's neither a hearing nor a notice of hearing involved in a fitness to practice process. Again, they have intimate knowledge of these processes, and the people who were drafting may not. And that's why it's so important to have that consultation to make sure that there are no unintended consequences, but also that since this is a generational document, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring all of these 21 regulated health professions together under one act, we should be making sure that we get it right. Section 14 details the relationship between a regulator and a hospital. And so the folks note there are different entities that play different roles in terms of how a regulated profession is practiced. The regulator sets the broad parameters for the scope of practice of the profession. The registrant within this broad scope of practice recognizes their own specific education and experience and practices within what is called their individual scope of practice. And then it goes on to note that employers, like hospitals, apply their own internal employment parameters indicating the specific role for which a person is hired. So under the Act, subsection 14Y creates the ability to make regulations respecting the provisions of the Act and regulations that apply to hospital settings and the practice of a profession in a hospital. So they say, we don't know what this means. And I feel that if you have people who are as intimately connected with health regulation as the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, if there's something in the bill and they say, we do not know what this means, that makes me sit up and take notice. That makes me think, what's going on here? And they go on to note that this was not something that anyone actually consulted them on. And they go on to note that basically, usually, matters addressing practices in hospitals are not addressed in health professions legislation. And it goes on, the network actually goes on to say that they are concerned about the commingling of the rules of hospitals and regulators through this regulation-making authority, and they need further clarification. Section 16, the release of registrants' personal information. They go on to say that subsection 16.5 creates the obligation on the part of the registrar to provide the minister with the personal information of registrants without defining what is meant by personal information. Subsection 16.6 goes further and provides the registrar shall direct registrants to provide information in the form and within the time specified by the minister. And so you can probably understand why they're a little hesitant, because these days personal privacy is an issue. I mean, we've had more than 1/10 of our population have their personal information go out in a leak not long ago. Most of the people who were eligible to sign up to have credit monitoring haven't done that, probably because the process was difficult and time-consuming and annoying. But you can understand why people get a little sensitive when we hear the words personal information. So it goes on to say, registrants provide sensitive and personal information to regulators, including information related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Registrants provide such information in recognition that regulators' privacy policies protect the disclosure of personal information. However, they note, this provision sets an obligation on registrars to provide this information with no requirement for the consent of the registrant. It's expected this provision will create concern for many registrants who do not intend government to have access to the type of personal information that may be collected by regulators for regulatory purposes only. So it goes on to say that this particular provision requires further review and discussion that is simply not available within this one business day turnaround time. And then it goes on to note that distinctions as to which bylaws and regulations apply to which regulators. So it says through a combination of section 14 and 12.2, there is a distinction created between regulatory bodies such that only certain regulatory bodies can make bylaws on items such as records of professional corporations and entry to practice requirements. There's a further distinction established through sections 13 and 14, where regulations under section 14 may apply to only certain regulators. But this is the section that enables regulations to be made about such basic regulatory matters as, quote, establishing designations and licensing categories, unquote. The ability to establish designation and licensing categories should be made available to all regulatory bodies, says this group, not just some. And why do they say that? They say There's concern there may not be regulation-making authority for all regulators to establish the type of licensing categories that may be relevant to their particular professions. Again, speaking to the people who deal with this every day, they have concerns about ensuring that they have the ability to make bylaws and regulations where required. The group also notes some concerns around the issue of joint panels. A new key provision in the Act is the ability to draw members of regulatory committees from pools of people from different professions. So, and they say this is a laudable process. However, they note, again that however, the provisions respecting joint panels and pools in sections 23 to 26 remain unclear, as all information respecting them will be set out in regulations whose content remains unknown. And I have to admit, it is one of the frustrating things about lawmaking is that so much is set out in regulation, and so often the devil is in the detail of regulation. So for people from outside the legislature, dealing with this, I think, is often frustrating, and it's often frustrating to some of us within the legislature too. They also note Section 23 is written permissively, stating a regulatory body may use a joint panel for any statutory committee. However, the regulation-making authority under subsection 13N refers to the mandatory use of joint panels. So there's a big difference between mandatory, have to, must, shall, versus promissory or permission, which is you may, but you don't have to. So there's a difference here. To further confuse matters, subsection 32(2) refers to a quorum of a committee, either a registration and licensing committee or a registration and licensing review committee, consisting of a public representative and other who hold such designations as are set out in bylaws. And they go on to say it's unclear to them how these provisions fit together in terms of the sourcing of the joint pools and panels. So basically, again, we have some inconsistencies once again, which is, not, it's obviously not beneficial, it's not desired, but it's not unusual when you have a complicated piece of legislation that's over 60 pages long. It's been worked on for quite some time, but not so much time as to actually give the professions that are involved the opportunity to see the bill ahead of time and to have the opportunity for meaningful feedback. I don't know about the folks in this chamber, but sometimes when I'm presented with something complicated, I might have some initial thoughts and then I might want to sleep on it. But that's kind of hard to do when you only have 24 hours and you're on the other side of the country, or most of the organizations involved are on the other side of the country, and you're presented with, here's the bill. So you can certainly understand why they might have some concerns about those things. There are some other sections, and perhaps one of my colleagues will have the opportunity to discuss what the issues around registration and licensing, because they're pretty much a full page full. There's a lot going on there. There's different categories of licenses, the registration and licensing review process, dispositions of registration and licensing committee process, the surrendering of license. All of these things are very important. Anyone who's ever dealt with a regulated health professional that has run into issues, and we certainly had one in my area within the last few years, and sort of a case with some historic victims, I guess, children. So that's an important section here, and I'm going to run out of time. There's also the professional conduct processes. There's a whole bunch of concerns that they have about that. The fitness to practice process, that's another big one. And so they have a bunch of concerns around that. And I hope that one of my colleagues will speak to that as this process continues. The transitional provisions as well. I mean, the last thing they say is the meaning of subsection 177C is unclear. They've raised a lot of issues here. There's a lot of pages here. I think there were 9 pages of an appendix here, full of concerns about the bill, and then 4 pages of their initial comments, which summarized at a high level their concerns about this particular bill. They have a lot of concerns here. And as legislators, we should be taking the time to actually understand those concerns, not ram this thing through. We should be listening to the people who are going to be administering these, because otherwise we'll be listening to the people who are affected by the fact that this act does not work the way the government intended. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and I am very happy to speak to Bill 323, the Health Regulatory Act. We heard at law amendments from the network that represents all health regulators that while they did have consultation with the department, they did not receive the draft of the actual legislation to review and give feedback. So they all sat, they all discussed, but they don't know how much of what information they gave and what important items that they discussed actually made it into this legislation. So really, it's a piecemeal approach of consultation with those actually working with the regulations when you don't get to see the final product. So how do we know how much of it actually made it into this bill? And as we heard in law amendments, there are small mistakes that could have been avoided if they actually showed or shared the legislation with the regulators and the network. It just does not make sense. Why would you consult and then not show the final product? That's what's really confusing. They wanted the information, but then they hide or they did not share what the result was of all these discussions. We also know that this piece of legislation will take years to complete, as my colleague from Bedford Basin said. So what is the rush? So it may take 2 to 3 years to get all the regulations to finish this bill. So we have time to get it right. The network actually only had 1 day to consider it. And most regulators were at a conference in Vancouver, as both of my colleagues had just mentioned. So this is just mind-boggling how we have, why is this rush? We know that this legislation is modeled after the Nursing Act. And some clauses of this bill are transferable to other health professions, but some may not. We're talking about 21 health professions. So, whether it's a physiotherapist, a pharmacist, and chiropractor, all these they all have their own requirements and policies and needs that are different and need to be addressed differently. So what works for a nurse may not work for a physiotherapist. Each regulatory has had consultation on which provisions are not transferable. So they were given some of this information. Did this information make it into this legislation? We're not sure. The network's main ask was to have more time to address complex legislation. But they got 1 business day. How is that possible that they can even think about dispersing this information to 21 different professions and getting answers in one day. They want to make sure the legislation is as good as it needs to be. That's what they really want to. They're happy to have this legislation. We all want more professionals practicing and increase, but we need to do it right. There's a student clause which works for nurses, may not work for all professions. The network needs to ensure that there are no unintended consequences or risks to the public regarding a provision of this act. So those are examples from the network on the sections needed to collaborate and consult on the final product of this legislation. So I'm just concerned and would love to know from the minister, why wasn't the final product discussed and shown or shared or shown to the different professions, regulators? Safety remains an important issue here. And this government continues to push legislation through, even legislation that may be supported by the stakeholders. They want this, but they don't give them proper consultation or time and consideration to the amendments needed to make it safer. We are told that the government is bringing 14 amendments all under one, bundled under one amendment. So 14 items needed to be corrected. To me, that's a scary thought. So if there's 14 things that were wrong, and actually, I also want to refer to the article that I have here on my computer from CBC. Jean Laroche wrote it on October 18. It was, the health professional says Houston government's bill could have unintended consequences. And in that article, they say that there was 24 mistakes in this bill that the regulators have found, and we're only getting 14 amendments. So did all these mistakes get taken care of, or we don't know. They needed time to go through it thoroughly and figure out what was missed, what was not corrected. There's also in this article, the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network said updating the law that governs regulators was needed. So everybody agrees that this bill is needed, but given the complexity of the bill, its members needed more than one business day to examine the proposed law again and again. How can anyone go through a very complex bill and that affect 21 professions in one day? We're all stunned at this, and the regulators have brought that up at law amendments, and the group also that represent the province, the 21 health regulators, has asked for more time to study the bill and act to provide a common legislative foundation for regulated health professions. The proposed law sets out a regulatory is what it does. So can the minister decide, or the department decide, for each of those 21 professions what is going to affect the patients, and what can be maybe life-threatening at times if we are not making sure, just like in one of the bills for mental health that I was quite scared when last year and spoke in the House, the consequences of giving the right to the patient over the loved ones and the doctors or the professionals. In my case, where I went through that almost 20 years ago, if it wasn't for the regulation that was available at the time, and the doctor had the right to tell me as a patient, you can't make decision. Your loved one, your husband, has to take over until I tell you when. That saved my life 20 years ago. And it helped me listen, even though I would not have accepted any of, I didn't think I needed it. I didn't think I was ill. I didn't think I was making irrational decisions at the time because of the illness that I was going through. So it is very important, those minor details that we put in the bill that affects people in such a, that, it could cause a death or losing someone or ending up in hospital because the patient is not able to make that decision. So here it is. Again, how can we make decisions for 21 different professions under one bill in such a short time and so fast? So what is the hurry? We need to go back and consult with them and make sure those 24 mistakes that they've already identified have been corrected. They've had a chance. Maybe they'll get this done in regulations, but the act, but we won't know. And again, it is why don't we put as much of the regulation into the bill ahead of time so that we know no mistakes are happening here? The other issue that I also wanted to speak about that my colleague from Bedford South also mentioned, that he knew of an Egyptian doctor who was a heart surgeon. I actually met many more many international doctors who come here, and they started, 20 years ago, they actually were driving taxis because we made it so difficult for them to practice. We didn't allow them to work or to job shadow or to earn money while they take all their examination. The regulation, the examinations were 5 or 6 exams, each of them thousands of dollars, and it took years for them to just get their license here, and most of them would give up because it was so difficult, and they had to find, after 2-3 years, whatever savings they brought with them to this country, it was spent, and then they had to put food on the table or move to other provinces where things were, the regulation were easier. So this is a good bill to help those people, but without causing harm to our patients and to the standard of health that we have enjoyed in this province. To me, most of the time, it is not that those doctors' theory or studies are very different than what we teach our doctors here, but the bedside manners and the system in Canada is so different how we operate than it is in other countries. And when those professionals come here, the regulators need to know or need to put in place different ways. And I'm really happy to hear recently that things have opened up and they're allowing job shadowing for doctors' assistants and different methods of making sure they're actually working and earning some money, maybe not as much as the doctor, but at least they can put food on the table and support their families while they while they study for their exams to get the licensing. We are moving in the right direction to help professionals from other countries to work here. This brings me a lot of joy, but it is important that the people in charge of licensing and regulating the profession have a say in what this professional was coming from a different country has to offer that is equivalent to what we practice here and what isn't? And how do we get them to the same standard as the Canadian standard? We also know that, very rare, but in some countries, you can buy your degree. And you need to have that time, whether it's job shadowing or working, to make sure this professional is monitored and taught and mentored by experienced Canadian professionals while they get used to Canada, get used to our system. And I also know that many doctors, even the ones we brought in from England and Australia, they are prescribing medication that we don't use in this country. Because, in Australia and in England, there's different medication and the pharmacists are always having to call back the doctor and give them, well, we don't have this. Did you mean, can we use this medication? So there is many different aspects to integrating professionals from other countries to come and work in the Canadian system. To me, that is very important. And who's better than the regulators to put all these details so that, we put not restrictions, but to help those new professionals learn our system, learn how we do things and our expectation to keep our wonderful high standards of health. It's a difficult balance between the shortage of staff that we have in almost every profession. We are short. We need psychologists. We need doctors. We need pharmacists. We need so many different professions. And going outside and bringing people from other countries is one way of solving this issue fast, but not at the expense of the standard, not at the expense of patients' rights and patients who may get the wrong medication or may get the wrong service just because it's done differently in a different country. So these things are very important. I also want to maybe talk about maybe this 14 amendments that the government is bringing. I'd like, sorry, I'm not, I don't have them in front of me, but I really hope that this has reached as many of the issues. We would love to know which professions they've spoken to bring those amendments and which ones have not been consulted or have not had the time to give their corrections or their details for this bill. We really would like the government to take the time to do it right. We are very happy that this is moving in the right direction, but let's do it right. Let's add what is needed, and it's going to take 2 to 3 years to do the regulations. So we have the time. Let's give it that time that it's needed. And I just want to refer back again to the errors and the irregularities that was mentioned in that article by the network. Proposed more than 24 changes to fix errors and irregularities. To me, that is really serious. Do we know if these were looked at? Do we know how many of them from the 24? Did we only get 14 fixed and we left 10 out? I am not sure. In the document, the network highlighted one change which would allow students to practice without any form of licensing, as long as the student school has authorized such practice. The network called called it a significant delegation of authority for a regulator to say that if a school permits, a student can engage in practice. That is, and added that they need to ensure there are no unintended consequences or risks to the public regarding a provision of this nature. So it is really important that we take our time, that we look at this more broadly and more consultation, but each segment of this bill needs to pass by 21 different professions, regulators, to make sure that it applies to them. And if it doesn't, maybe it's a minor change, maybe it's a word that needs to change, and then they could have the authority to fix things in the future or to help the situation by not affecting the patients and their profession from that. And I also had a couple of other things that I wanted to talk about. So the minister said, we've been working on this bill for a while. So they've worked on this bill for a while, but at the same time, the network, so they worked in isolation for a long time because the regulators were just consulted at the beginning and that was it, but not had any say in the final product or in the final legislation to see what was discussed in their consultation has actually made it to the legislation, has made it to help make it a better bill, a better effect. And this is something that was needed, and we're very happy that the government is looking at this and moving forward in it, but they need to just take the time to consult with those 21 different regulators and just make sure we are not making mistakes, as they mentioned, at least 24 mistakes they've already identified. So to me, I'm thankful to have the opportunity to speak to this bill and to add my voice for the seriousness of listening to the regulators and to make sure that our patients are not affected in the future and our standard of health services is not brought down by mistakes in the legislation that allows some professions to take advantage of missing regulations or items in the bill that prevent that mistake from happening or abuse of the system. So with that, I will take my seat and thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will rise just to speak for a few minutes on Clause 1 on Bill 323, and which is the bill to standardize regulated bodies for healthcare providers. So the Health Regulated Health Professions Act, which was introduced on October the 12th, will eventually replace 21 acts currently in place for self-regulated health care professions. The Naturopathic Doctors Act and the Medical Professions Corporations Act are also going to be repealed. This new act provides a foundation for each profession by standardizing rules and processes. Each profession will continue to have its own regulations that address the unique requirements for their fields in areas such as scope of practice, entry to practice, and license categories. And in the press release for this bill, it also stated that once passed, work will begin in phases with each of the 21 regulatory bodies to develop specific regulations for their profession. And the first group is expected to be completed by winter of 2024, with all 21 acts replaced by the end of 2026. And when I first saw this bill, my first question was, Madam Chair, is will this bill result in improved access to medical care, nursing care, emergency health care, and other forms of health care for the people of Nova Scotia? And that's what Nova Scotians are looking for, Madam Chair, is they're looking for improvements to our health care system. So my question for the government would be is, can they articulate how this bill will indeed directly improve health care for Nova Scotians and improve access to quality health care, the quality as well as access to care itself? So what is the purpose of this bill? Obviously, it's going to affect 21 types of healthcare professionals and their licensing. And of course, we all know the purpose of regulatory bodies is to protect the public. And the regulatory bodies established under this Act are to protect the public from harm, thank you so much, serve and promote public interest, subject to the public interest, preserve the integrity of the profession, and maintain public confidence in the ability of a regulatory body to regulate its profession. And if you're a member of a licensing healthcare professional body, you pay licensing fees and you answer to them to make sure that you have professional conduct and meet the educational requirements that as set out in those licensing bodies. One question that I had when I was doing some research on this bill and looking up just information about the regulation of healthcare professions, there has been several organizations across the country that have been recommending pan-Canadian registration and licensure of healthcare professionals. And especially with the movement of healthcare towards virtual care, we are seeing a need for licensing that takes into consideration people providing care that may be in a different jurisdiction. So we do see this right now, and we've come into it also even with the new rules around billing for phone call visits, Madam Chair, that some of our provinces, just even between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, have had some challenges with regards to their billings for primary care services. If it's a physician calling from New Brunswick to a Nova Scotia patient, or vice versa, a Nova Scotia physician calling a New Brunswick patient, and around the billing services. But also, as we're seeing more and more virtual care, Madam Chair, we are seeing organizations such as the Canadian Medical Association put forth recommendations for a pan-Canadian licensure. So that is one thing I'm wondering if the minister and the government had considered in preparing this bill. Were there discussions with other provinces to look at the possibility of a pan-Canadian licensure, whether it be for physicians or nurses or any of the other 19 health-regulated bodies? Here, the Canadian Medical Association says, what can pan-Canadian licensure do for the workforce that's in crisis? And it goes on, and I'll table this document when I'm done my few words, Madam Chair. In Canada, medical practice is restricted to the province or territory in which a physician is licensed. Other than a few exceptions, practicing in a different province or territory means a lengthy application process, sometimes months long, and thousands of dollars in fees. A single licensing system would have many benefits. It could help alleviate the pressure on the medical workforce serving patients in rural and remote communities by making physicians more mobile. It would also allow for more efficient responses to the delivery of health care, including the crisis that we just went through, COVID-19 pandemic. And it would also support virtual care across provincial and territorial borders, providing greater continuity and more timely access to care. A quote from a physician is, "It's no wonder physicians have such high burnout rates. There's no such thing as a healthy work-life balance if you're constantly faced with the decision to either cancel patients and feel like you've abandoned them, burden an already overworked colleague with squeezing them in, cancel your vacation yet, or show up sick to work." And CMA, Canadian Medical Association, has been calling on governments to implement a pan-Canadian licensure to help physicians as an important first step to better health care, and most recently at an Atlantic Health Ministers meeting in January of 2023. Momentum for physician mobility is growing. Atlantic premiers have announced a new regional licensure for doctors with an Atlantic physician register to come, supposed to be by May 2023. And Ontario is working on a bill for health workers registered anywhere in Canada to be eligible for immediate practice in the province. So we are seeing a bit of a movement towards that, but I did have a call from a physician who contacted me just a few months ago. It was a physician that had recently retired and was looking at doing locum work, and was going to continue to do locum work here in the province of Nova Scotia, but was also looking at other provinces and was interested in this new Atlantic licensure, and sent me a message, and she said, in their opinion, it was a bit of smoke and mirrors, because they said despite it being promoted as an Atlantic licensure, they still had to actually get licensed in each province and go through all the red tape of background, criminal record check. There was one benefit, the person said, and that was that it was a little bit of a reduced fee. So instead of having to pay the full fee in each of the other Atlantic provinces, there was a reduction of fee. But the actual process and paperwork that had to be completed was very onerous, and they still had to go through all of that. Also, on the same note around pan-Canadian registration and licensure of healthcare professionals, I have a document here I'll also table at the end as well. And it says the regulation of health professions differ across Canadian provinces and territories, often resulting in an unstandardized approach to licensure and registration. These siloed regulatory frameworks hinder health workforce mobility and virtual care, with implications for patient safety and equitable access to health care, and pose a barrier to integrated health workforce planning. The authors report on a best brains exchange policy dialogue held on pan-Canadian registration and licensure, highlighting leading practices and presenting a potential path forward through a pan-Canadian regulatory mechanism. So I did just want to bring that up. It's something that's been discussed across the country. It's one of the sort of lessons learned that's come out of the pandemic, and that and where we're seeing an increase in virtual care, that there is a need for our provinces to be working more collaboratively and working together. And of course, often when I share comments here in this legislature, it's from the perspective of the people that I represent in Cumberland North, which is of course a border community, and whether it's in healthcare or other issues, we are affected by being in such close proximity to our New Brunswick and PEI neighbors, and healthcare is certainly no exception. Most of our family physicians in Amherst, for example, even though they're licensed here in Nova Scotia, up to 15–25% of their patients would be from New Brunswick. And then you could, they would be very similar to our neighbor border town in Sackville. A lot of their patients, up to 25%, would be Nova Scotians that go there for their health care. So we definitely see a benefit of working collaboratively, and there definitely is an opportunity for our province to work together with neighboring provinces to improve licensure for physicians, nurses, and all healthcare professionals. So just as a reminder, when researching this bill, we're talking about 21 regulated bodies. We're talking about nurses, physicians, audiologists, speech language pathologists, chiropractors, counseling therapists, dentists, dental hygienists, dental technicians, denturists, dietitians, dispensing opticians, medical laboratory technologists, medical imaging and radiation therapists, midwives, naturopathic doctors, occupational therapists, optometrists, paramedics, pharmacists, physiotherapists, psychologists, and respiratory therapists, all of our healthcare professionals. And one of the common themes of most healthcare professionals is they go into the profession because they're very caring people that have much empathy, compassion, and caring for the patients and their families. And they provide care that's based on a foundation of science and evidence-based research. They assess their patients. They strive to develop plans to diagnose, treat, plan, and evaluate on an ongoing basis to provide excellence in care for their patients. And there's certainly, the regulatory body is certainly a very important part of all of these healthcare professionals. It's very important that the public are protected and that there are regulations in place to protect the public, and that healthcare professionals do have these regulatory bodies. In doing research on this bill, there are other provinces that have very similar legislation to what our government is proposing. In Ontario, they have the Regulated Health Professions Act from 1991. It's been in place for a long time. It saw significant amendments back in 1998 and 2021. And certain professions are excluded and instead are covered by other legislation. So chiropractors, optometrists, physicians and surgeons, psychologists, dental surgeons, Aboriginal healers, Aboriginal midwives, and professions covered by the Act are listed there. BC currently has a Health Professions Act, which is to be replaced by the Health Professions and Occupations Act. It was passed last year. And when in force, the new act will create a common regulatory framework. So BC has already taken steps for this. There's a good summary of the legislative measures and history under the website Professional Regulation under Province of British Columbia. In Alberta, they also have a Health Professions Act, and it continues the existence of separate colleges, but does require that the regulatory colleges carry out governance and regulatory responsibilities in a way that protects and serves the public interest. So the Act in Alberta was replaced in 2020 and amended in 2021. A 2020 press release outlined the changes to governance and accountability provisions, and a new health professions restricted activity regulation this year covers restricted activities for several health professions. In Manitoba, they passed a Regulated Health Professions Act in 2009 with multiple amendments. And in Manitoba, the Act requires governance, conduct, and administrative functions of regulated professions, each of which have separate acts and regulations. And PEI has two relevant acts. The purpose of the Regulated Health Professions Act is to provide for the regulation of certain health professions where it is in the public interest and self-regulation of health professions is appropriate, taking into consideration relevant circumstances and factors. The Registered Health Professions Act regulates health professions with a smaller number of practitioners who are not covered by the first act. Separate regulations exist for various professions. Some, but not all, of Newfoundland and Labrador's health professions have common legislation. The Health Professions Act covers regulations of acupuncturists, audiologists, dental hygienists, medical laboratory technologists, medical radiation technologists, midwives, respiratory therapists, and speech-language pathologists. And all of these are regulated by a single council in Newfoundland and Labrador. And other professions have separate legislation. Saskatchewan, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, and Yukon continue to have separate legislation for each regulated health professionals like we have had here in Nova Scotia. So it seems about 50% of the Canadian provinces and territories have moved forward in a similar direction. When reading through the bill, which is fairly long, one of the things that concerned me, Madam Chair, was that there's going to be so much in regulations, moving 21 bills and the content of 21 bills, pieces of legislation. That content will be found in regulations once this bill passes, which does concern me, and I've certainly heard other members in this House speak about similar concerns in other bills where we see so much is put into regulations. And Madam Chair, of course, that's always a concern when you're talking about democracy and responsible government, that whenever you're moving legislation into regulations, it takes the power from this legislative branch of government into the executive branch, into cabinet. And that is definitely watering down of democracy when the 55 elected MLAs in the province of Nova Scotia do not have the ability to provide input into actual legislation. So whenever we see legislation being moved out of bills and out of legislation that people can have input on here in this House of Assembly, it should always raise a bit of concern, Madam Chair. And so I do express that concern with this bill, and it is something that people did share concern in Law Amendments Committee as well. I'll share a little bit of feedback that was shared in Law Amendments Committee, as well as I'll share an email, and I will table it, Madam Chair, at the end as well. Some comments that were shared to me in an email from someone who was not able to attend Law Amendments Committee, but wanted to make sure that their concerns were heard. So I will read through that email that I received. It's from a stakeholder that practices here in Nova Scotia, but was a participant in a review of Regulated Health Professions Act in Ontario back 20 years ago. So she's got a very good educated perspective, Madam Chair, and she goes on to say the act that was promulgated in Ontario in 1994 and passed into law as, quote, living legislation. This meant that it would come up for review at specified intervals and could be altered according to the feedback from stakeholders. The initial review began in 1999. One of the recommendations coming out of the review was that psychotherapy be made a controlled act and that full members of the College of Psychologists be only professionals who could have access to that controlled act. And I will mention, Madam Chair, this person is a psychologist that's sending this information, that sent this communication. Immediately, 15 professional associations whose members, numbering approximately 3,000 at that time, keep in mind this is in Ontario, would have been banned from practicing their profession. They joined together to form a coalition of mental health professionals, and this became one of the major stakeholders in the ensuing public consultation process when this happened in Ontario. The coalition included the Marriage and Family Therapy Association, the Canadian Counselling Association, the Association of Consultants, Counselors, Psychometrists, Psychotherapists, and Music Therapy Association, the Art Therapy Association, the Society of Psychotherapists, and the Association of Jungian Analysis, and initially the Canadian Association of Psychodynamic Therapy. These formed the core group of this coalition. As Secretary of the Canadian Association of Psychodynamic Therapy, CAPT, I was assigned by the board to represent CAPT in the ensuing discussions that would lead to a collective response to the recommendation of the psychologists. We responded to the discussion papers put out by the Ontario government and met with policy analysts in the Ministry of Health. Eventually, CAPT, the Canadian Association for Psychodynamic Therapy, eventually left the coalition and presented our own views to government as we found we had particular concerns not shared by the rest of the group. Thus, CAPT became one of 3 major stakeholders, along with CMHP and the Society of Psychotherapists, whose perspectives helped shape the Psychotherapy Act and the structure of the College of Registered Psychotherapists of Ontario. 3 other acts associated regulatory colleges governing 3 additional health professionals resulted from this public consultation process. Had we practitioners had not been able to weigh in on the details of the legislation governing our profession and the nature of the regulatory college overseeing our practice, the resulting structures would have been less responsive to the needs of those who use our services. The initial legislation had the flexibility to adapt to changing conditions in the healthcare field. Had it not been originally passed as living legislation, it would have been very difficult to reopen at a later date and make the changes that would benefit the public. Not only is the healthcare field in Nova Scotia in a crisis situation, it is also in a state of flux in its attempt to meet urgent needs that are rapidly evolving. Speaking as a practitioner in the mental health field, I'm quite aware of nuances in the needs of our clients and the variation of need in different parts of the province. A one-size-fits-all approach to regulating health professions in this province is not going to be adequate to meet the needs of the public, much less protect the public from harm, which is the primary duty of legislators. If this legislation is put in place without mechanisms to make it sufficiently nimble to adjust to changing conditions, it will fail in its purpose. This cannot be rushed through the legislature if it is to be of benefit to the public. Let's slow this down and ensure that any legislation that is put in place will serve those who are already in dire need. As our elected representatives, our common well-being is in your hands. Let those of us in health professions and those of us who need health professionals help shape the laws governing these matters that are so crucial to our lives. And I will table that letter, that email that I received from one of our psychologists here in Nova Scotia. Of course, at Law Amendments Committee, we did have several presenters, and I won't read everything, but I'll just highlight a couple things that I thought should be highlighted here as we discuss this bill in Clause 1. The Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network presented at Law Amendments Committee. They are created by statute as the body that brings together the 21 health regulators in the province, and they do support and share the objectives of Bill 323, the Regulated Health Professions Act. And they go on to share that they do support this bill to achieve consistency across the regulation of health professions, to modernize many of the statutes that haven't been updated for many years to reflect current expectations of regulators, to improve the transparency and accountability of regulators to the public, and utilizing resources efficiently to ensure professions of all sizes benefit from consistent and effective regulation. And I do think that that point that they make is really important one to bring. There's a lot of the 21 colleges or regulatory bodies, a lot of them are very large and are strong, but there are some that are small and really struggle to have strong board of directors and have strong oversight. And I can see why this network does support bringing some of these together. And I will note in the press release too, I believe it's shared that this was something that the Mass Casualty Commission had recommended as well as one of their findings. So the network does support this legislation. They do share concerns, and I did notice that the government have tabled several amendments, and I noticed that several of the amendments that the government are bringing forward that we'll discuss later in Committee of the Whole are ones that this network have recommended, so that is good to see. The network does note in their remarks that consultation on concepts really didn't happen. The network, they would have liked to have seen more consultation on this bill before it was actually brought forward here in the legislature. And we've seen that in other bills as well. There was one bill that was related to the municipal governments, and when I was speaking with local municipal representatives, they were sharing with me some of the things they liked about the bill, and some of the things they shared with me weren't even in the bill, but they were in some documentation or some information that had been shared with them, but they actually hadn't seen the actual bill, and the actual bill was actually quite different than what had been shared with them prior to this legislative session. So similarly, we're hearing that from this network as well. They go on to say, quote, "The network notes, however, that consultation on concepts is very different from being able to see and review the specific sections and wording of the proposed legislation. This bill is lengthy, 63 pages printed, it's complex, It impacts 21 existing regulated health professions and requires amendments to 46 separate statutes. This legislation presents a generational opportunity to improve how the regulation of health professions operates in this province. It is important to do this, but it is more important to get it right. And this comes directly from the network representing these 21 health regulators in the province. And I think it's really important to respect them, Madam Chair. They also go on to say the regulations will only be as good as the statutory foundation that permits those regulations to be made. Regulations, of course, cannot override an act. Only a small number of sections in the act are intended to come into effect on royal assent. The bulk will take years and will only happen after the regulations are made, so why the rush, ? It is critical that the 21 regulated health professions that will be impacted by this legislation are afforded a reasonable opportunity to properly review, analyze, and consider whether the provisions as drafted will enable the type of regulatory regime that is contemplated and which is supported. In that regard, time has not been our friend. This legislation was introduced on Thursday. Network participants had 1 business day to consider it. Considering the length of the bill, 63 pages, they had 1 day to consider it. This is simply not sufficient to the context of such an impactful legislation, and I would certainly agree with them. They go on, I won't read all their comments, but they go on to give some examples of further work that is needed around students. Keep in mind that all 21 regulations have to consider how to license and regulate students as they go into the healthcare profession. And, you know, we're dealing with patients and families and very serious times in people's lives. And it's really very important to make sure that students are ready and that there are regulations in place. So students, also time to complete professional conduct decisions. There was some concerns there around the 30-day timeline, saying it's not realistic, as well as ministerial authority to issue direction to regulators. And I think that is really important that they highlighted that, and it goes back to my comments earlier, Madam Chair, about that so much is in regulations and under the authority of the minister and an executive branch of government, removing the legislative branch, removing legislative oversight, which, again, I believe weakens democracy here in this province of Nova Scotia. So their direct comments around ministerial authority is that Section 21 provides that the minister, with the approval of Governor and Council, may direct how a regulatory body must exercise its mandate if it is in the public interest to do so, or where the directive would provide for matters related to health, safety, or quality assurance in the practice of the profession. Everything regulatory bodies do is in the interest of health, safety, or quality assurance in the practice of the profession. So this type of enabling provision is exceptionally broad. Subsection 24 does hopefully provide that the minister may not issue direct related to specific registrants in the professional conduct, reinstatement, or fitness to practice process, but makes no mention of individual registrants or applicants involved in the registration or licensing processes. The omission is very concerning to regulators. Is it an error or was it intentional? So I think they bring up a really important issue, the ministerial authority to issue direction to regulators. And again, just looking at the sort of the loss of power by regulators and the power given to the minister and to the executive branch of government. It is of concern to members of the network that this omission exists to enable the minister to override the criteria established by regulators to ensure applicants meet specific registration and licensing criteria. Again, the network is unsure whether this is a drafting error or intentional. So they're concerned that the minister can override the criteria established by them, the regulators. They're also concerned about when this comes into force, the cost that will come to them as regulators. And they conclude by stating something that we often hear: from other elected MLAs here in this House, and that is good legislation is made from collaboration and consultation, and I fully agree with the network that presented those comments. Madam Chair, we also heard from the Nova Scotia Board of Chiropractors, and they support this legislation. And however, they do mention, I think it's important to share their comments as well. They would like to note that it's a concern that there is much of key importance left to regulations. Again, it's a common theme, and not noted in the Act, particularly as it related to operational components critical to self-regulation. So again, they're seeing a loss of control from their body of professionals. There's a reference to continued operation of regulatory bodies, as well as reference to amalgamation of regulatory bodies, and the establishment of multidisciplinary regulators. If a common foundation and regulation of all health professionals is the goal, the potential for different professions to have different structures seems inconsistent, and that was a comment shared by the chiropractors. They also go on to say they would like to draw their attention to the government and legislature to the strong track record of their college, and feel that that's important to note. And one last comment that I will share that was brought forward was from the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association, and I have, I guess, a close to home reason why I wanted to make sure that this is shared, Madam Chair. This association are asking the government to, they're saying, quote, I encourage the province of Nova Scotia to consider making massage therapy a regulated profession. This would follow the lead of those provinces who have already regulated the profession, which are Ontario, British Columbia, Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, and other provinces, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, that have recommended regulation or are considering regulation. Bill 323 would provide a better opportunity for the regulation of massage therapy profession. And I share that, Madam Chair, because unfortunately, I have seen situations where people call themselves or offer massage, they're not regulated, they have a shingle outside their door offering massage, and there are allegations of sexual assault involving some, and there's no ability to remove their license because they're not licensed. And we do need to see better regulations and oversight from this legislature to protect the public when it comes to massage. So I think it's really important, Madam Chair, to recognize these recommendations as tabled in Law Amendments Committee from that association. I do want to mention, Madam Chair, that in addition to this bill, I do think that the government should also consider, in addition to regulating the 21 Health Professions Act, looking at the practices of the own government when it comes to ensuring public safety. Specifically, Madam Chair, around patient feedback and patient relations. And I have Nova Scotians contacting me every day. About 40% are from Cumberland North, but the other 60% are from around the province, sharing with me safety concerns or complaints around our healthcare system, whether it's because of lack of access to care or complaints around the quality of care that they've received. And more often than not, Madam Chair, when they do share this information with me, I always ask them, or my staff does, to provide this feedback to Nova Scotia Health and to the Department of Health and Wellness through the patient feedback line. And more often than not, Madam Chair, there's not a response. And one thing that I can say all health care professionals do, and I can say firsthand from nursing, is that evaluation is a very, very important part of ensuring quality and safe health care, making sure that there's proper evaluation. And when patients are providing feedback about situations that possibly are unsafe, and when there's no response to their concerns, we potentially, Madam Chair, are allowing for accidents to happen and for unsafe situations to continue in our healthcare system, and that simply shouldn't be allowed. So while we look as a government to put this bill forward to make changes to, I'm assuming, improve the safety of the public in healthcare, we need to also be asking the government to look at the government processes and practices, specifically in Nova Scotia Health, around getting patient feedback and responding appropriately to every single person that puts forth a complaint or a concern that's currently happening in our healthcare system. And right now, Madam Chair, that's simply just not happening. There's no question over the last number of years, there's times that I've seen where our colleges could be making improvements, and I certainly hope that this bill will help to make some of those things better, whether it's with the College of Physicians or any of the other 20 colleges that's looking, that would be involved in this bill. Again, my opening question, Madam Chair, was, what is the purpose of this bill? Can Nova Scotians be assured that this bill will actually make improvements to health care? Will this bill make improvements to access to care? And in what, and if yes, how? I think Nova Scotians desperately need and want improvements in our healthcare system. Each and every day, Madam Chair, I'm hearing from patients, I'm hearing from families, I'm hearing from healthcare professionals themselves, and, you know, doesn't matter where I go, whether it's church, whether it's the grocery store, everywhere I go, whether it's back home in Cumberland County or here in Halifax, people want to share stories and ask questions. And they often ask me, Madam Chair, why are these things not being, why are they not hearing about these problems? And I really think it's because there's just so many challenges that the media cannot simply cover them all. And so I think it's really important for us to know, how will this bill improve access to health care? How will this bill improve quality to health care services for the people of this province? And again, Madam Chair, I think it's really important that we see improvements within Nova Scotia Health around quality management, around responding to patients' concerns, around patient safety. And we all know too well of the challenges that we see in this province, whether it's in our emergency rooms, whether it's lack of access to beds, acute care beds, whether it's lack of access to mental health services when people are in acute distress, whether it's lack of access to our family physicians or nurse practitioner, lack of access to basic primary care. There's so many challenges in our healthcare system. And while we've had some good, healthy, robust debate, Madam Chair, on many other bills in this House since the fall session began, I am amazed at the lack of conversations and debate we've had around healthcare, because it's just such an important issue right now in the minds and the hearts of the people here in Nova Scotia. And over 180,000 people without a family physician here in this province. And it's certainly in the area that I represent, we have seen the village of Pugwash without needing and trying to recruit for a family physician for 12 years. A new hospital that is scheduled to open, or was actually supposed to open in June, but hopefully will be opening soon, with still no physician recruited to that community. And not too long ago, I had 6 business people come together to say, we will help, Madam Chair, we will come and together for the community, we will hire a private physician recruiting company. And they were set to do so, Madam Chair. And unfortunately, we're told by people in Nova Scotia Health that they would not be supported by Nova Scotia Health if this group of businessmen and women went forward and hired a private physician recruiting company to try to help the village of Pugwash and the town of Amherst have more physicians. And it was very discouraging to have so many people see the need and to not be supported by Nova Scotia Health. And even more recently, Madam Chair, I had this incredible, dynamic Pilates instructor, just powerhouse, positive person come forward wanting to help with physician recruitment in the community. And I put her in touch with the lead, and she was politely told, we do not need your help, thank you very much. And that kind of response, Madam Chair, is not helpful, and I believe is contributing to why we're not getting more physicians recruited in our community. When people in our communities, whether it's business women and men, or whether it's just incredibly positive community members that see a need and want to help, are told no. And it's very frustrating in my role, because people come to me every day and saying, what are you doing? Why are you not getting us physicians? So I'd like to have an answer from the minister, Madam Chair, about how will this bill 323, how will it help to recruit more physicians, recruit more healthcare professionals for Cumberland North, for the town of Amherst, for the village of Pugwash, and for all Nova Scotians? Is there going to be a direct result? And I would also love to see more consultation and the government be willing to work with other people, be willing to work with more community members, be willing to work with our business community, and welcome the help of people that see a need in our community and want to step forward and help. I hear from other healthcare professionals frustrated with so many services around the province. I see a centralization of care. Madam Chair, this government campaigned on better and more local decision-making, yet we're not seeing that. Recently, I heard from a surgeon who called me to say why they're trying to centralize the booking of surgeries in the province. And this surgeon called me to say this centralization of booking surgeries centrally is actually going to increase the wait list for surgeries. He said, because my staff and I know our patients, we know who should be booked when, we know who should be booked in the summer, who should be booked in the winter based on where they live. We know if we have a cancellation, who's on the wait list, who can be called. We know our patients. And if this centralization of surgery booking happens, it will increase the wait list for this surgeon's patients. So we should be seeing an increase in improvements in healthcare, but the healthcare professionals that are contacting me, Madam Chair, are...
Order. I asked that the honourable member speak to the clause. I don't honestly see how that relates to the bill. So I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And going back to the bill and the regulation of healthcare professionals and the standardization of healthcare professionals here in Nova Scotia, I think from what I'm seeing across the country, it is the direction that other provinces have gone in the past and are moving forward. But I do think, Madam Chair, that there needs to be more consultation with our actual healthcare professionals, both when it comes to regulating their professions, keeping in mind the regulation of our healthcare professionals is to protect the public, but when our healthcare professionals, like the surgeon that I was just speaking about, is working in conditions that they believe are detrimental to their patients, that should be considered by this government, and there should be more consultation directly with our healthcare professionals, Madam Chair. Going back to my comments that I shared at the beginning as well, I think that the government should be looking at pan-Canadian licensure for all healthcare professionals, but specifically for our physicians and for our nurses. And when it comes to the licensing of nurses, some of the feedback that I've gotten, Madam Chair, One of the challenges that I hear from nurses or retired nurses or nurses that have left the profession to raise their children and or for health reasons, that they find it very difficult to get back into the profession, Madam Chair. They find there are a lot of barriers into getting back into the profession, whether it's the financial implications or it is the length of time, Madam Chair, to get licensed in the profession of nursing. And despite the need, the demand for more nurses in our profession, in our province, there does seem to be still huge barriers for nurses that are trying to get licensed to return to the profession. And they've shared with me, Madam Chair, the length of time it takes as well as the financial burden that it would require. And of course, I've already brought up in the House, Madam Chair, when we're looking at nurses that study just literally 40 minutes outside of Nova Scotia, when they come back to the province of Nova Scotia and get licensed and want to work in their home province, they're penalized, Madam Chair, by this government and not able to take into the Nova Scotia Loan Forgiveness Program. And that fits into my earlier comments, Madam Chair, about why the government should be working closely on the licensure of health professions with our other maritime provinces and also looking at pan-Canadian licensure for our doctors and our nurses. But I do believe strongly, Madam Chair, that nurses that live in Cumberland County, that study next door, should not be penalized and there should not be a barrier for them receiving the Nova Scotia Loan Forgiveness Program. They're Nova Scotia taxpayers, they live in Nova Scotia, and they want to work in Nova Scotia. And the reason they've gone and studied 40 minutes away in New Brunswick is because they can't get into a nursing program here in Nova Scotia to then become a licensed healthcare professional here in Nova Scotia. To become an LPN, to get into the program, there's a 3-year wait, and sometimes even longer to become a registered nurse here in Nova Scotia. And as I've mentioned in this House, there's no university in northern Nova Scotia. Now, the minister responded that there's a new program in Acadia that's actually close to 3 hours away from Cumberland County. So if a nurse wants to become licensed as a healthcare professional in Nova Scotia, and they've trained in nearby New Brunswick, 40 minutes away, when they come back to our province, get a job at Cumberland Regional or Colchester, East Hants, they are penalized and not able to receive Nova Scotia loan forgiveness. It's wrong, Madam Speaker, and I wanted to just make those comments as part of this speech because it involves our regulated professionals, nurses, and we need more nurses. We should not be we shouldn't be keeping any barriers in place that prevent nurses from practicing and becoming licensed here in the province of Nova Scotia. So as an overview, Madam Chair, I do think that this bill is moving in the right direction. I think that there is a need to look at more of a pan-Canadian licensure, specifically when we're looking at the current and future prospect of increasing virtual care and looking at interprovincial barriers. I realize that healthcare is governed by provinces and territories, but I believe there is an opportunity to work with our other provinces and territories on a pan-Canadian licensure, and I do think it's important, Madam Chair, that government changes direction with the current culture of putting less things in legislation and more things in regulations, which removes parliamentary democracy and power of the people. Our role is to come here and speak and be the voice of the people that we represent. And when legislation is changed in a way that most of the content is removed from legislation and put into regulations, taking the power away from the people, taking the power away from the elected representatives of the people, and putting that power solely in the executive branch and in the ministers, under the minister's purview, Madam Chair, is a downgrade for democracy in the province of Nova Scotia, and I believe that is the wrong direction for this government to take. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no more speakers, shall Clause 1 carry? Clause 1 is carried. Clause 2, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to move amendments in Government Change Sheet 1. I think it's already been circulated. So there's a number of them here I'll read through. So page 3, clause 2, paragraph A of the definition of licensing sanction, line 4, delete 87 and substitute 89. Page 5, clause 2, definition of regulatory processes, line 2, add or the registrar after committee. Pages 10 and 11, subclause 12.1, A, paragraph J, line 2, delete category and designation of license and substitute licensing category and designation. B, paragraph M, line 1, add licensing after each. C, paragraph N, line 1, add licensing after each. D, paragraph AC, line 1, add licensing after each. Page 11, paragraph 12.2G, delete a private corporation and substitute an incorporated entity. Page 13, paragraph 13O, line 2, delete and fitness to practice processes and substitute process. Page 14, clause 13A, add the following paragraph after paragraph, AX. AY, respecting the circumstances as to when a license will be required to be surrendered and the process of surrendering a license. B, re-letter remaining paragraphs accordingly. Page 16, paragraph 14T, line 2, add licensing after each. Page 21, clause 28, line 2, add or bylaws after regulations. Page 22, subclause 36.5, line 3, delete category and designation of license and substitute licensing category and designation. Page 23, subclause 37.3, A, renumber as subclause 38.1. B, lines 4 and 5, delete category and designation of license and substitute licensing category and designation. Page 28, page 23, clause 38A, renumber as subclause 38.2. B, lines 2 and 3, delete or licensing or renewal of a license and denies the application or imposes conditions or restrictions on the license, the committee shall. And substitute licensing or renewal of a license, the committee shall deny the application or impose conditions or restrictions on the license and. Page 24, paragraph 41.2D, delete this act and substitute the regulations. Page 25, paragraph 45.2E, delete this act and substitute the regulations. Page 30, paragraph 62.3A, line 3, add. And the student's practice is carried out in accordance with approvals or conditions, if any required by the registrar after program. Page 39, paragraph 89.1E, delete and substitute the following. Where a respondent E, where a respondent does not hold a current license, suspend the ability of the respondent to obtain a license, until the suspension, restrictions, or conditions are lifted, superseded, or annulled by the Complaints Committee or the Professional Conduct Committee, as the case may be. Page 43, paragraph 103E, line 1, delete 30 and substitute 90. Page 53, paragraph 131C, delete and substitute the following. Notify the licensing authority in any jurisdiction in which the registrant is licensed of the registrant's licensing status, without disclosing the nature of the registrant's diagnosis. Page 61, subclause 171.3, line 2, delete or bylaws. So I just want to say briefly, I want to thank the Health Professional Network for their engagement in the consultation process over the past 2 years, and also want to thank them for the submission of these amendments. We've been able to work with them, and I think some of them are watching today, so I hope the amendments that we have here today are reflective. I believe they are. And I know the colleges are eager to support and begin regulations, and I want to thank the staff in the department for their expertise and their dedication to this process. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank you to the Minister for bringing these amendments, as I mentioned, that respond to the submission by the Regulated Health Professions Network. But I do think this is an awful lot of amendments to not have any explanation of what any of them do. And so, you know, here we are again in this process where we get this page, almost 2 pages of amendments with no explanation except that the department has been consulting with the health regulators for over 2 years. And again, I will refer to the bill that we passed last session, or that was passed last session, where the big criticism was that there was no consultation with the regulators around that. Again, we heard that with this bill, that the regulators were blindsided, and no one was able to come to law amendments to discuss the amendments except for Ryan Baxter on behalf of the network. So I feel like it would be great to hear from the minister. I'm pretty sure that's in order, that the minister can get up again and tell us what these amendments are, what they do, and if there were any requests for amendments that haven't been addressed since the minister seemingly had lots of discussions with the regulators. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I think my point is kind of similar to my colleagues here, that we had a bill that had been, so this has been worked on for a long time. It started when we were in government. And there were conversations with the various regulators. And yet here we are at 6:30 on a Tuesday night, making all these changes, a lot of which, you know, I would have thought would have been caught if there had been any kind of substantive discussion before this bill was plopped down here in the legislature. I mean, if people had actually taken the time to show it to the various regulators that are covered under this, 21 different regulators, that's a lot of regulators. Of course, there's going to be, you know, some give and take and all of that. But if this had actually been given to them before it came in the door here, we could have avoided trying to figure it. Like, we have 2 pages of amendments here. And it's good the government is listening to the regulators on these 2 pages here. But that's a lot. And some of them are small things, but they're small things that could have been dealt with if they'd actually just done the work, given it to the regulators before the regulators went out to British Columbia to go to their regulators conference or convention or whatever it was. Instead, we're sitting in here wordsmithing a bill that should have been wordsmithed before it ever walked through this door. So, you know, I do have some concerns about that, and we do have some amendments as well, some of which, and I'm not clear how to do this because they overlap. The government came in with a whole lot of amendments over a number of clauses, so I'm assuming that we're going to do individual clauses after a certain point. Is that how that's going to work?
We will be doing individual clauses. Okay. Correct.
After the amendment. Right, the amendment.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South, or Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, now I understand what we're doing here because that was a lot of individual amendments. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to rise and really underline the point that my colleague has made with respect to how we are drafting legislation in this House. And it has been a concern of mine for many, many years. And I have my best friend from high school actually works in the council office of the PEI legislature. He's retired now, so I think I can keep him out of trouble now that he's in his retirement. But when PEI is rating their legislation, he informed me that the last place that they look at the legislation is Nova Scotia. That we have such poorly drafted legislation that other provinces won't even look at it. And I think this amendment here is a testament to how our system is broken. And I believe my colleague from Bedford South talked about the complete ineffectual Law Amendments Committee. And I've been here for 10 years. And I've sat on the government side, being one of those 5 bobbing heads. And I've watched the opposition try to embarrass the government and bring forward last-minute amendments that nobody has time to consider. And the system is completely broken. We are not, in this legislature, trying to produce good legislation for the people of Nova Scotia. And this is a bill, clearly, that is doing just that. A few days after being introduced, we now have 18...
Order. You're casting aspersions on the House of Assembly. I asked that you retract that statement and talk about the amendments.
All right.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings.
Thank you very much. I will retract that statement. My apologies to the House. I let my frustrations with respect to how we are dealing with legislation and the frustrations with respect to 18 amendments that we do not have the ability to fully review. I think it's important that we consider as we move forward that we bring in legislation and give both the people of Nova Scotia and the MLAs on both sides of the House ample time to review the amendments and the legislation that is before us. And so back to this amendment, we have 18 amendments that came from a short intervention by the Regulated Health Authorities Act, who were very clear in their document that they required additional time to provide advice to government on making the act stronger and better. And I appreciate the minister making the 18 last-minute changes, but it is clear that there are more changes that would be an outcome of the more time to fully consider the advice and expertise from the regulated health professionals. So I just wanted to underscore my colleagues' concerns about the 18 amendments involved or presented here with respect to sufficient time for review and feedback from the regulated health professionals. And I'm certain, I feel quite confident that if they were given the time to review a 63 pages, hundreds of clauses, that we would have far more amendments than just the 18 amendments that have been presented here in this change sheet. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would like to thank the Minister for bringing forth these amendments to the Bill 323. And I'm wondering if the Minister would be able to share with us which, if all, or which of the amendments, proposed amendments that the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network recommended to the Minister and government, which of those proposed amendments are included in here? It's a little hard to follow. When I read through the proposed amendments, it's hard to just in the short period of time that we've had them, to be able to determine which ones were for us here in the House as legislators, but also for those in the network, the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, to know which of their amendments were accepted and which ones were denied and the reasons behind that. And I do hear the concerns shared by the member from Kings South, and would also just like to share, I remember being at a Canadian Parliamentary Association meeting with members, MLAs from Prince Edward Island, and when they shared with me how they create legislation in their province, it was so refreshing, Madam Chair, that part of their process in before a bill is tabled in the legislature, it's actually shared with all MLAs in Prince Edward Island. So every elected person is given an opportunity to provide feedback based on what the people they represent feel and believe. So, and the whole goal of that, Madam Chair, is to make sure that the legislation that we're creating here in this House of Assembly does need to be able to hold up in the court of law. That's the goal, is that we are creating good legislation that will stand up in the court if it were to be challenged. So I think it's very important, Madam Chair, that we bring forth the best legislation possible and take into consideration the submissions that were put forth by Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network. So I don't know if the minister would be willing to address that or not. I'll just read through some of the recommendations that the network recommended. They recommended amendments for the approved education program, meaning that an education program approved by, instead of a regulatory body, but rather the board, that qualifies an applicant for registration in the regulated health profession governed by that regulatory body. And the rationale for that, Madam Chair, is that current definition lacked clarity with respect for the approver of education programs. For clarity, replace regulatory body with board, because it would actually be the board that would be approving. This change makes the approval consistent with other aspects of registration and licensing, which are approved by the board. And so I'm not sure if that is one of the amendments proposed here. I don't see it in these amendments put forth by the government. Another recommendation from the network was that, quote, designation means a title authorized by the regulations for use by a registrant. So the designation appears to have two distinct meanings within the Act, a scope of practice designation and a title. So the current definition of designation is not workable when the term is used to reference scope of practice designation. For example, consider the definition within the Act of scope of practice of the designation, which means the services authorized for practice by a registrant holding a particular designation. So they're asking to consider removing the definition of designation to avoid confusion. Another request was, quote, existing regulator, end quote, means a college, board, council, or association of health profession in the province that existed as a health profession regulator under legislation before becoming part of a regulatory body under the regulations under the Act. And they're just asking to make a comma before or after the phrase "or becoming part of." Incompetence, quote, incompetence in relation to a registrant means a lack of competence demonstrated in a registrant's care of a client or delivery of, they're saying to get rid of the word regulated, change it to health services, that having regard to all the circumstances rendered the registrant unsafe to practice at the time of such care of the client or delivery of regulated health services, or that renders the registrant unsafe to continue to practice without remedial assistance. And this is the last submission that I'm going to read through, but I think it's an important one, Madam Chair, because it emphasizes the seriousness of this bill that we are working on and that the government's asking us to vote on. The definition of incompetence definition refers to delivery of regulated health services, not a term otherwise used in the Act and not defined. The term health service is used in the Act, particularly in definition of private health facility. This suggests regulated health services are something different from health services that may be provided in a private health facility without explaining difference. Only the term health services should be used throughout the Act to avoid confusion, and further, use of the term in this definition is problematic as it would require a person to be providing, quote, regulated health services, end quote, before finding of incompetence could be made. And Madam Chair, I won't go on, but there's several more recommendations for amendments to this bill from the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, and I think it's important that each one is looked at because you're talking about things like incompetence. And if somebody is a healthcare professional and they may possibly lose their license, or there's been a complaint brought before them to the college and through this piece of legislation, this legislation is going to be examined and used when determining if this person was incompetent or not, or unsafe to practice. And that's just one example. It's very serious, and it's important, Madam Chair, that we get this legislation right. It needs to stand up in the court of law before a judge. And there are pages, let me see, 9 pages of submissions from the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network regarding Bill 323. 9 pages of submissions of amendments that they believe are important. And keep in mind, Madam Chair, that was done within 24 hours, right? This was the submission that they brought to Law Amendments Committee. They only had 1 day to review the bill. So I can only imagine what they actually would be recommending now that they've had more time to examine it and their lawyers have had time to examine it in more depth and more thoroughly. So perhaps the minister can share with us if she has taken into consideration each one of these recommendations for proposed amendments by the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network, and if there were some proposed amendments that the minister did not believe were significant or important, I think it would be very relevant for us who are expected to vote on it for the minister to explain why some may have been accepted and why some were not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shall the amendments carry? There has been a request for a recorded vote. We will take a recess until the whips are satisfied, up to an hour. Order. There was a request for a recorded vote. I now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek. Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Claudia Chender. Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
We.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo.
Yes.
Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nichol.
Yes.
Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 40, nays 0.
The amendment is carried. Shall Clause 2 carry? Clause 2 is carried. Shall Clauses 3 to 61 carry? Clause 3 to... Oh, so, I recognize the honourable member of Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you. And there's... Oh.
Can you confirm which clause you're speaking to? I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I can speak to 3 through 60.
We already carried.
No, clause 2 carried. Clause 2 carried. That's not correct. We can replay the tape if you want.
We have already carried clauses 3 to 61. The next clause is clause 62. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Point of order.
I recognize the honourable member of Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I'd ask the chair to respectfully go back to watch the tape. We clearly voted on clause 2. That was the request. Clauses 3 through 60 came up, and that's when I stood up. I'd ask.
If you'd like to ask for unanimous consent to speak to a specific clause, You can. I recognize the honourable member of Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
It's okay.
Thank you. Clause 62. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just draw the House's attention to change sheet CWHB Lib 1. There are 2 amendments here, although I presume we will be able to read those together, as the other amendment had, I think, quite a few more than that. So I'll read the amendments. Page 30, paragraph 62, 3A, line 2, add "and the regulatory body" immediately after program. Page 71, add after clause 241 the following clause. 242, no regulation may be made under clause 177C, and no proclamation may be made under section 241 unless a thorough consultation has been completed with the relevant existing regulator. So the intent of these amendments here that are before us, Committee of the Whole on Bill 323, thank you, essentially are around the need for consultation with regulatory bodies. So as we discussed, and as I discussed at an earlier stage of the proceedings here on Clause 1, we know that the Regulated Health Professionals Network is representing a couple dozen bodies and organizations. And so to assume that Cabinet will always know best on what those self-regulating professions may want and what might be best for them, I think is a mistake. And so again, what this amendment doesn't do is take away the regulatory power from Cabinet. We're not even going that far. What we're simply asking for here is that there is a process whereby the regulatory bodies are consulted. And it says a thorough consultation, so that's not precise. So, you know, we're not saying that it has to be 3 months or 6 months or anything of that nature that would unduly delay the changes that are required to get more regulated healthcare professionals into the province in a timely manner, because we know that that is the intent of the bill, and we know that's something that the government wants to achieve through the passage of this bill. So we're not suggesting that that power be entirely removed. That would be, I think, a bridge too far in this case, and that's not what we're asking for. What we're simply asking for is that no regulations be made and no proclamations be made changing licensing rules or requirements, registration fees, testing, all of the various hoops that health professionals have to run through in order to successfully practice here in Nova Scotia. We're not suggesting that those changes be left entirely in the hands of the self-regulated bodies, which is the case today. And we know that when this bill passes, those powers will revert to Cabinet. But what we are saying is that if any of these changes are to be made, that we should consult and hear from the regulatory bodies in order to make better decisions. I don't know if that's controversial or radical. It doesn't seem like it is to me. We will see if the government thinks it is, but I think that's just common sense and good practice. And we heard from the Regulated Health Professionals Network at Law Amendments, which is basically what this amendment would enact in the bill, is a similar type of process to law amendments, but I think far more effective, because we wouldn't have, 10 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions. We would have, much, much more time to have a real discussion with the regulatory bodies to understand what are the issues facing pharmacists or physiotherapists or doctors or nurses or whichever one of the regulated bodies might be focused on a particular change, and just saying, okay, let's have an exchange of views. Let's hear what you think would make sense to do here, and we will give you our feedback in terms of why we're deciding to change this licensing requirement from 6 months to 3 months. This is why we're changing the fee attached to this particular test from $2,000 to $500, or whatever the change might be. And those are important changes. I know, I remember speaking to a young dentist in my office recently. I was notarizing documents for him. He had trained, his dental training, I believe, was in Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. And he was talking to me about the issues he's having in terms of licensing here in Nova Scotia with dentistry, in particular around fees, which I think is a real big barrier for people. I don't remember the exact figures, but it was somewhere in the range of $15,000 to $20,000 that he had already spent in terms of testing, buying equipment, all kinds of things that we as non-dentists wouldn't think about, but are very real barriers. So I think having that knowledge from people who are actually living the experience of trying to practice here in Nova Scotia in their respective medical field would be helpful. Because if we listen to the experts, if we listen to the people who are on the ground and really know what's going on, then inevitably we are going to make better decisions as legislators and as people on the folks on the government side, the decision makers in this case. So whenever we talk about amendments to a particular bill, and this amendment as well, the intent, and I think sometimes there's, I don't want to say bad faith amendments, but sometimes there's amendments that destroy the character of a bill entirely, and of course those amendments are defeated because the government doesn't want the entirety and the heart of their bill to be torn up by amendments. And that's not what we're aiming to do here. I would submit that this is a good faith amendment that is designed simply to make the legislation better, to reflect the concerns that members here on this side of the House and also government members, certainly who were present at law amendments and perhaps have received correspondence at their constituency offices as well, or maybe just ran into constituents or family members, or however we get feedback. We know there's a million ways that happens. It's just an opportunity for a bit of sober second thought, perhaps, to say, you know, we have the goal, government sets the broad strategic objective, which is to have more healthcare professionals working in Nova Scotia faster. That's kind of the 10,000-foot policy angle. And when you get down into the weeds a little more, it's important to have the experts, in this case, the healthcare regulators, have some feedback and some opportunity for input. Because if this amendment does not pass, and if the government decides to go on this path as they've chosen to basically vest all of the decision-making power within cabinet, then I don't see where there is really an opportunity for the professionals in the various jobs and fields to really have input into what changes need to be made. So I think there's a general assumption that things need to move faster, and I think that's generally true, but there could be situations where it might be a good idea to extend or have a longer practical training for people who are coming from outside of the province. I don't know. That's the point, is I'm not the healthcare expert, and so to ignore those voices as you decide on a policy and how to implement this particular piece of legislation, I think is obviously short-sighted from my point of view. And the fact of the matter is that we know there are ongoing issues up until right now, today, tonight. We know that the government put forward, as was just passed a few minutes ago, 18 amendments. I was saying 14 earlier, but 18 amendments that obviously in some way, shape, or form were influenced by feedback from health professionals. And that's a good thing. And that's basically what just happened in terms of amending the bill is the same kind of process that we're proposing in the amendment. Instead of that just happening here in the legislature, we are proposing that as this bill is passed and receives royal assent and goes forward and becomes the law, that that process of consultation and back and forth dialogue between government and health professionals continues to happen. And I really don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. It does not limit government power in this scenario at all. It adds some period of back and forth and consultation. And it doesn't say, again, it doesn't say this must be 3 months, this must be 2 months. If you can get the information you need in an afternoon, that's great. But to not have an option to do that, to not have the willingness to engage with experts in the various fields, and it's when you're dealing with a couple of dozen different professions, while of course they all exist under the broad umbrella of healthcare, there are significant differences, of course, between the practice of pharmacy and the practice of medicine and the practice of nursing and the practice of physiotherapy, for example. Those are all different professions with different needs, different standards, different testing requirements, and so on. So I think it would simply make sense for the government to acknowledge that there is diversity of opinions and views among the various professions, and to ignore them or to allow all decision-making to rest with Cabinet on this really, really important issue for all parts of the province, because of course the healthcare system touches every part of the province from downtown Halifax to the furthest rural corners of Nova Scotia, is, I think, as we've said tonight, a dangerous decision. There's no checks and balances here at all, as far as I can tell. And so what this amendment does, Committee of the Whole House, Lib 1, what this amendment does is just put a little bit of check and balance. That's it. Doesn't stop the train entirely. Just puts up some warning signs and says, hey, before you proceed too far down this track, just keep in mind there's a lot of experts, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of experts in the field who have a voice, want to be heard, and oftentimes, you know, when we consult with people, when we talk to people, we all know this from talking to voters during campaigns, many of whom don't vote for us. We know that people often just want to be heard. They don't necessarily expect that we will agree with them. They don't necessarily expect or demand that we will take action based on their feedback. That's fine. That's what we are elected to do. We are elected to make decisions and to advocate on behalf of other people. But to not have that dialogue, to not have that two-way conversation at all is a mistake. It's a recipe for hubris and overconfidence and a willingness to think that the province knows best on everything, and we can take these regulated health professionals, all of whom take their obligations to health and wellness of Nova Scotians extremely seriously, and wrap it all up with a bow and say, don't worry, Cabinet will make good decisions on your behalf. I think that is a mistake. I think that's a decision that could have negative consequences. And again, the amendment we are calling for here tonight does not preclude Cabinet from making those decisions. It does not. All it does, as I say, is it just says no regulation made and no proclamation to be made under Section 241 unless a thorough consultation has been completed with the relevant existing regulator. So the relevant regulator. So if you're making a decision just for one particular regulator, all you have to do is consult with one regulator. We're not asking that the government talk to 24 regulators 3 times a year as they make decisions. That would be cumbersome, that would be slow, that would be inefficient, that would be an example of all of the things that the government is saying are slowing down current systems and processes. So that's not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is just tap the brakes a little bit, keep things in mind that the health professionals in many cases know best, and even if we disagree with their point of view, it is never a bad idea to get extra input, to get extra opinions, to understand the point of view of someone who may disagree with you or be able to put an argument forward in a different perspective. So that is the spirit of the amendment here. I don't think it's designed to embarrass the government, to undercut the central purpose of the legislation. It's a good faith amendment that I think government would be wise to consider seriously. I think it's the type of amendment that the Regulated Health Professionals Network are hoping for and are hoping to see in this piece of legislation, because we all share the same goal, which is to get more healthcare workers licensed and practicing in this province as soon as possible. There's no doubt that we share that goal. But again, as I've said earlier, the process is oftentimes just as important as the outcome. And at this point, the process leads me to question whether the outcome will be what we hope it's going to be. So, Madam Chair, that's kind of the base argument for this amendment. I think it's a good amendment. It's a good faith amendment, and I hope the government will take it very seriously. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for, or honourable minister for seniors and long-term care.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to speak for a few minutes on Bill number 323, the Regulated Health Professions Act, in terms of the amendment that was proposed. The member from Bedford South brought in an amendment that no regulations be made under the clause and no proclamation be made unless a thorough consultation has been completed, and said that it did not undercut the central purpose of the legislation. Well, I would maintain that it absolutely is. The entire purpose of this amendment is to completely undercut the purpose of the legislation. And I do want to say, as the longest serving allied health professional in this Nova Scotia legislature, it'll be 40 years in about 4 months' time. I am one of the 25 health regulated professions that is looking to see improvements in the scope of practice for my profession. And I can tell you, after almost 40 years, there's been almost no change in terms of what my profession of physiotherapy has been able to do under the last 40 years. Bill 323 sets out what 21 allied health professional regulator bodies are and what they do. These Regulated Health Professional Network has said, we need updating the law. This is what this government is going to do. There are only a few small sections of this act that are going to go into place as soon as this is passed. The rest of it will be done through regulations in consultation with all of the allied health professional bodies. That is what they have asked for. And I'm proud to be one of the health professional regulatory bodies that is going to see improved access to health care for the first time in my profession in 40 years. That's all I'd like to say for now, and I'll speak more on third reading. Thank you.
Shall the amendment carry? There's been a request for a recorded vote. The bell shall ring until the whips are satisfied, or up to an hour. Order. There has been a request for liberal amendment. There has been a request for a recorded vote on the liberal amendment. I now recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns. No. Tori Rushton.
No.
Barbara Adams.
No.
Kim Maslin.
No.
Tim Houston.
Nope.
Alan McMaster.
No.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
No.
John Lohr.
No.
Trevor Boudreau.
No.
Tim Hallman.
No.
Kent Smith.
No.
Dave Ritzie.
No.
Brian Wong.
No.
Susan Corkum Greek.
No.
Brian Comer.
No.
Colton LeBlanc.
No.
Jill Balzer.
No.
Pat Dunn.
No.
Greg Moreau.
No.
Becky Druin.
No.
Larry Harrison.
No.
John White.
No.
John A. McDonald.
No.
Keith Bain. Chris Palmer.
No.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
No.
Carla McFarlane. Tom Taggart.
No.
Nolan Young.
No.
Steve Craig.
No.
Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo. Tony Ince.
Yes.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessup.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 10, nays 27.
The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 62 carry? Carried. Clause 62 is carried. Shall the remaining, oh, sorry. 63. Clause 63, I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just happy to speak briefly here to Clause 63 of Bill 323. And this clause is related to issues of misconduct or complaints or allegations against any registrant. So it reads, a registrant who engages in practice outside the province, who is subject to any licensing sanctions while outside the province, or who has outstanding complaints or allegations of incapacity from outside the province, shall not engage in practice on the registrant's return to the province before providing the registrar with notice of such sanctions, complaints, or allegations, and receiving notice from the registrar that the registrant is authorized to resume practice in the province. And subsection 2 of this clause basically gives the registrar for whichever professional body it happens to be, a few different options in terms of how to address these issues. They can initiate a complaint. They can work, with the consent of the registrant, they can refer the matter to the Fitness to Practice Committee. They can reach an agreement with the registrant on conditions or restrictions on their license. Or finally, they can impose conditions or restrictions on the registrant's license and notify that person of the right of review under Section 50. So, as we heard at law amendments from the Regulated Health Professionals Network, Malpractice, while rare and obviously serious and important, is still something that we have to think about when we're dealing with these kinds of issues. And this is what this clause, Clause 63, does. And in fact, this is a clause that makes sense. It's a good clause. It recognizes that if someone is practicing outside of Nova Scotia and comes back to Nova Scotia to practice, we obviously should not just rubber stamp that application if this person in question happens to have any outstanding complaints against them from another part of the country or potentially another part of the world. And that makes sense. That's just a logical step that self-regulated professions have followed and have made part of their standard procedures for many, many years. So it's a clause that I support and that we think makes a lot of sense. But the main reason why I wanted to speak to that clause here this evening, Mr. Chair, is that it exposes, in my mind at least, a bit of a tension between this clause and the overall intent of the bill. As we've heard earlier tonight from the Minister of Health, as we've heard from the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care, the intent of the bill, the heart of this bill, is to speed things up, to get more healthcare professionals working faster in Nova Scotia, and I would say to take a good deal of authority and power away from the self-regulated professions and into the hands of Cabinet. So that's the intent of the bill overall. And yet, if you look at Clause 63, subsection 1 and 2, what it recognizes is that when it comes to allegations of incapacity, licensing sanctions, any kind of bad behavior, shall we say, that happens outside of the province, this clause recognizes that the self-regulated professions themselves are actually the ones best suited to investigate, come up with solutions, and generally deal with the problem. So it is a bit confusing to me as to why, when it comes to problems or allegations of problems against any kind of healthcare professional, it's the self-regulated bodies that are best to deal with it, and yet when it comes to the overall system of licensing, it's government and Cabinet in particular that is best suited. So I think there is a tension there, an inconsistency there that I can't really explain. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. And when you're dealing with, as we've heard all night tonight, when you're dealing with a bill of this size, 241 clauses, when you're dealing with over 20 different self-regulated professions spanning the gamut of healthcare, it's not surprising to me or to anyone, I think, that there would be inconsistencies between the overall intent of the bill and any one of these 241 clauses, and in particular Clause 63, which, as I said, is a good clause and makes a lot of sense because we want to make sure that people who are practicing here in Nova Scotia are good people who haven't done anything wrong in other provinces or who don't have allegations of impropriety against them from other provinces or other parts of the world. That has to be one of the most important components of any kind of licensing system. So I'm glad to see the clause here, but it does beg the question if on serious allegations of impropriety, it's the self-regulated professions that are best suited to deal with it and investigate it, why does that same logic not apply to the overall field of licensing? I think that's a question that this clause in particular raises. I think it's a question that the amendments that the government put forward earlier tonight also raise, and I think it just exposes the fact that when you're putting together a bill of this complexity and this scale and trying to get it all through in a very, very short period of time, there will be mistakes, inevitably. And I don't think that's from a lack of trying or a lack of seriousness or effort. I think it's just, it's complicated and it's really hard work and it's technical and it's nuanced. And so the fact that there are inconsistencies between Clause 63 and the overall intent of the bill is, while confusing and I think needs to be addressed, is not surprising. So again, Mr. Chair, this is a clause that we do support. I think it's absolutely critical that every healthcare professional who's working in Nova Scotia has a clean safety record and has no allegations against them from other places. And if they do, those need to be investigated. And if there's no merit to them, great, that needs to be cleared up. And if there is, then measures need to be taken. But to have this clause on the books in this piece of legislation that I think has obvious conflicts with the overall intent of the bill raises questions about, as I've said on earlier points of this bill, the process of the bill, which I think has been incredibly rushed and ill thought out in some ways, and the outcome of the bill, which is what we all want, which is to have as many healthcare professionals working in the province as quickly as possible. So Clause 63 is a good clause and makes a lot of sense, but I do think it raises some questions about how it interacts with the rest of the bill and whether or not it actually fits in with the overall intent of the bill. So I do support the clause here, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to make those few comments. Thank you.
Shall Clause 63, there's been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. Order. Committee of the whole House on bills will come to order. I'll recognize the clerk to conduct a recorded vote.
Brad Johns. Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Masland.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Twyla Gross. Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr. Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Tim Hallman. Kent Smith.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druid. Larry Harrison. John White.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Keith Bain.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Carla McFarland. Steve Craig. Patricia Arab. Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire. Derek Mombercat.
Yes.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin. Susan LeBlanc. Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Susie Hansen. Gary Burrell.
Yes.
Lisa LaChance. Rafa DiCostanzo. Tony Ince.
Yeah.
Laura Lee Nickel. Ben Jessam.
Yes.
Braden Clark.
Yes.
Ali Duale.
Yes.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
Yes.
Fred Tilley. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 33, nays 0.
The clause carries. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that you now rise and report progress on this bill.
The motion carries. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 323, and the Chair has been instructed to report some progress on the consideration of this bill.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday, between the hours of 1 and 11:59 p.m. Considering tomorrow is Opposition House Day, I will turn it over to my honourable colleague to call business for the day.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader for the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is Opposition Day, and as I've indicated to both House Leaders that we will be sending the bills that we will be debating along shortly.
The motion is that we do now rise and meet again tomorrow to meet between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. Will all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded nay. The motion carries. We stand adjourned.